Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Okay. I want to check if I'm audible. And I just check if we've got a quorum. The IT will be assisting me with my gadget as I proceed. Because I can't see my video here and other icons. But can I just check if we have the necessary quorum?
We have the quorum, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, honorable members. Greetings to the departments, heads of entities and the executives.
Recording in progress.
The structures may be following our deliberations. If they're on the platform, fellow South Africans who are following us on different platforms. As we convene today, this is the Portfolio Committee in the National Assembly for Communications and Digital Technologies. We are meeting, I think, for the first time in this term as parliamentary opens for its program. Opening in a month that will be marked by celebrations on our cultural diversity, the era of democracy in South Africa, the September month. And I hope as we do that, the work we do would contribute to that, both as members, but as well as the entities. With that having been said, honorable members, we are now officially opened. I'll just deal with the formalities quickly. With regard to the rules, we are just reminded, members, that the National Assembly rules on virtual platforms apply, and this would also apply to all other participants that are on the platform. That as the committee would follow the rule that we keep our mics muted, video camera off until recognized by the chairperson. And then in that case, when recognized, you then proceed to unmute your mic and put on your video camera and proceed to speak. In situations where there may be connectivity challenges, you would give indication for permission of the chair for you to switch off the video camera and maximize your bandwidth. For situations where you are disconnected and you have to reconnect to the platform, please ensure at all times that your video camera is off, your mic is muted, as mics are sensitive and therefore could pick up background sounds that may distract the speaker that may be on the platform. Whilst point of orders are allowed in terms of the rules, you would keep your mic muted, raise your hand in your gadget in situations where the chair is unable to identify the committee support. Would also assist the chairperson to identify. In that case, you'll then be given an opportunity to raise the point of order. At that point, you'll proceed to unmute your mic and video camera and raise the point of order on which the chairperson shall rule upon in terms of the rules. we are advised, honorable members, that we do not raise unnecessary point of orders to a point of collapsing the meeting on this platform. As I said, these are just a way of keeping the decorum of the meeting that we remind each other from time to time. With that having been said, I will now move quickly. We have confirmation that we do have a quorum, but for purposes of record, we would need, if there are apologies, that need to be recorded, that we do so. Committee support.
Morning, Chairperson. We have apologies for the Minister and Deputy Minister DCDT, and also the Minister in the Presidency will join at 10. Thank you.
So those are the apologies from the ministers, deputy ministers. Can I just check before I get to the adoption of apologies, to check if members would have received apologies which may have not reached the committee support, so that we also don't leave those behind and place them on record. Are there apologies that members would be carrying? Now I'm talking to members first. So no apologies from members. I saw a hand, Mpedi.
Good morning, Chair.
Yes.
It's Rampedi from Office of DM Motaung. So DM Motaung requested that I convey a message that she will join at 25 to 10. She's flying from Devon.
Okay, that apology from Deputy Minister Motaung is also recorded as such. Honorable members, I take it that the apologies are agreed to, so that we then move to the next point. Mr. Omega Shalembe.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and the honorable members. The name is Omega Shalembe from the DCDT. I would like to register an apology for our DG who is traveling abroad as well. So I am here in the capacity of the acting DG representing the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Like I said, it seems we have many apologies that are put from the floor, which didn't go to the common support. Is it yes, GCIS Pandaya?
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. I would like to tender an apology for our acting DG, Ms. Namonde Mnukwa. She's attending a cabinet committee meeting, and I'll be representing her. I'm the acting DDG Corporate Services. Thank you.
Noted. I think in that score, we then have to proceed. As you highlight the agenda, I think other matters would be able to deal with them as we get to the end of the meeting, as we wrap up. Can you put up the agenda? Like I said, honorable members are to be assisted with regards to my gadget. I don't seem to see much on others.
Are you able to see my screen, Chair?
Okay, I see the screen. I think members do see. I'm looking at the time we have honorable members, and therefore on item 1, I want to check with yourselves if you so agree that we just do a quick swipe there. I'm sure you've gone through the documents that have been received. And I thought we should probably start with the GCIS. As we start with GCIS, surely you've noted that there's no presentation from the MDDA. We've just received a letter this morning from the minister that the initial report that they were to submit on Q3 and Q4 has been affected by the engagement with the AG, which necessitated changes in terms of that report. And I would therefore rather present a report that is aligned to the matters raised by the AG, which necessitated the changes, and therefore request to be given another time to come back with a report that reflects matters as engaged, so that they don't give us something else and later on it's changed, because it would mean we make also recommendations from an uninformed or misinformed position. So the request is really that if we were to start GCIS, so that when we deal with DCDT and its entities, then the flow will then take us to item 2, which is also another entity of the DCDT. Is that agreed, members?
Agreed, Chair.
Thank you. If you still agree, so that we have a bit of time when we deal with DCDT and its entities, given the volume, released GCIS probably after the engagement. So we'll take GCIS, engage the report so that we are done with them, and then we take DCDT and proceed as such. And GCIS, are you ready to present? So I'm not sure, honorable members, because I think we're starting today's one with most of the political leadership not available, except for the DM will join also later. I'm not sure if we'll still be dealing with GCIS at the time. In that, I'm sure the departments would have sorted that matter out, that usually we give an opportunity to the political leadership to also take into confidence the members on matters that affect the department, but of interest also the people of South Africa, and that we are able, as we engage the presentations, take note of those matters and clear ourselves on those. And I'm sure members would agree that as they've been looking at media space and so on, there'll be matters on one or so entity or the department itself, and they've been responding on those. Of course, the committee not taken on board in a formal sense, and therefore appearing before the committee presents that opportunity. So I'm not sure how that would have been sorted with the departments. I'm sure they would indicate. If not, it would mean that we will still need the political leadership to come back to us on those matters, right? So I just thought before they even present, I make that point, that we are starting from a point where we don't have the ministries that must also take political responsibility for what happens, right? So that's a matter we need to see how we manage it. Honorable Bodlani, what are you raising on?
No, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself and good morning to the meeting. On the same breath that you are on, with the departments having to report without the political leadership, as it were, I'm going to be to just say we have a minister who is always available for the committee, and I think his absence today is really an exception to the rule. So I'm not going to make a fuss, honestly, about that, but we must just watch out that this does not become the norm, as we see in other portfolio committees. And we really do hope that DM Motaung will join the meeting so that at least there is that voice from the political leadership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bolani. So at least you agree. Is that Mr. Rampedi? You want to give a political input?
No, Honorable Chair. No, Dear Mutawang had requested that you start maybe with the Department of Communications, and then she will do the GCIS later when she joins after.
No, I have checked with members. I think you'll understand. We probably come from different angles to this. One is that the DM probably it's about at the time of arrival, meaning that she's joining late and therefore would want the item delayed. Then from where we are reading the items before us, I would say without representing every member, the report from GCIS, especially with the absence of the MDDA, gets to be even shorter, straightforward. But the matters in the DCDT may need us to have an engagement in that regard. So would not want to keep GCIS until at that time, which then would be later, and we may not pay attention to it. I think one member warned before that GCIS has been doing well and the MDDA to a point that we didn't look at how best to keep that going because we're targeting more of SOCs that have been having problems over time. So I want to indicate then that you are here and surely you should be ready with the presentation which members have gone through. And that we are giving you the opportunity to be the first to lift up our spirit in the committee and get to the next items in that flow, knowing that it's DCDT and its entities, including item 2. It's about an entity in DCDT, and we get to our minutes and close. I'm also trying to help members, especially those that are attending physically the sitting today, that they are able to also honor the parliamentary duties. So that's how to rule on the matter. That whoever is ready from your side to make the presentation. So we have accepted the apology of the DM. So you may just send a message that that's how we are looking at the agenda. Thank you.
Noted, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, this is Terry Vandia. Greetings again. We are ready to make the presentation. I don't have rights to share the presentation if I can be assisted.
Okay. So whilst the committee support does that, they would give you the rights. Honorable Boldan, I've not ignored you, but you were just emphasizing the point, and I'm sure will not be like other situations you are explaining.
I'm sorry, Chair.
No, Honorable Boldan, I was saying it's not like I've ignored you, but you were just emphasizing the point, and it would not be like the other situations you are describing elsewhere. We just have to keep the political leadership also accountable. Thank you. That's what I was raising. As we proceed to get GCIS presentation.
Chairperson, am I audible, and can I get confirmation that the presentation is visible or my screen is visible?
On my side, yes.
Okay.
No, it's
Presentation.
visible. Proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name again is Terry Vandia. I am the Acting DGG Corporate Services, and I am representing our Acting DG, Ms. Mnukwa, who's attending a Cabinet Committee meeting, and she will join us as soon as that meeting is finished. So I am accompanied by our two DDGs, Mr. Michael Curran, who's the DDG for Intergovernmental Coordination and Stakeholder Management, as well as Ms. Rego Moditswe Mavimbela, who's our DDG for Content Processing and Dissemination. So I hope I can live up to the Chair's expectation of lifting your spirits this morning, and I will present our report to you. For some reason, my presentation is not moving. Let me just try and see if I can. Okay, there you go. So, Chairperson, I'm tasked to present the GCIS performance and expenditure for the period October to March 2023, October 2022 to March 2023. So this is for the Q3 and Q4 of the 2022-2023 performance period. Our statistics for the two quarters. In quarter three, the department had 35 targets that were due. Of the 35, we achieved 27 targets and 8 were not achieved. So this was an overall performance of 77% for the quarter. For quarter four, the department had 30 targets that were due, of which 28 were achieved and 2 were not achieved, giving us a 93% overall performance. So this slide depicts the performance for quarter three and quarter four in a graph. So Chair and members are aware that we have 3 branches: the administration, content processing and dissemination, intergovernmental coordination and stakeholder management. And for quarter three, we can see that administration and ICSM received 100% of the targets. Content processing and dissemination achieved 59%, giving us an overall performance of 77%, and a non-performance of 23 for quarter three, 23% that is. For quarter four, we improved our performance. We achieved 100% again in admin. Content processing and dissemination went up to 95% for Q4, and intergovernmental coordination and stakeholder management went up to 89%, giving the department an overall 93% achievement for the quarter, of which 7% was a non-achievement. So the summary of our deliverables for that period, our provincial offices, the GCIS provincial offices, provided strategic liaison services to 147 government activities across the province. These included support to the president, deputy president, ministers, deputy ministers, MECs, premiers, executive mayors, district development model champions, and government departments. The GCIS provincial offices continue to perform part of the provincial and district, they continue to form a part of the provincial and district structures to set the communication agenda through communication strategies and plans. So these efforts ensured that communication continued to be on the agenda in various strategic governance platforms, especially those that dealt with the presidential imbizos, integrated development planning, and the DDM communication activities. The GCIS provincial offices have also improved the use of social media for content dissemination and profiling of government programs. There were currently 18 active Twitter accounts and 29 Facebook pages that are managed by the provincial and district offices. So the pages collectively reached about 1.7 million people in the fourth quarter, and the graph shows the high increase in the followership between quarter 3 and quarter 4 for the period. The graph shows the Facebook users in green, and the blue bar shows the quarter 4 increase of Facebook. Even with regards to Twitter, you could see that in quarter 3 we had a small number of Twitter users, 52,000 Twitter users, which increased dramatically to 1.2 million in quarter 4. So we had a significant increase in our followership on those social media platforms between quarter 3 and quarter 4, which was a good positive achievement. With regards to other deliverables, our Vuk'uzenzele newspaper has a print run of 850,000 copies per edition, and it's distributed in all 9 provinces, largely door-to-door in deep rural and rural urban areas that do not have connectivity or access to the platforms, the electronic platforms, to receive our government messages. In the period under review, the Directorate printed 6.1 million copies, which included the extra 150,000 copies to cover the SONA, as well as 850,000 extra copies for April, which was printed in the month of March. But those copies would have been included in our current year performance figures. The public sector magazine also is published online, targeting middle and senior public service managers. We had published 5 online editions of PSM magazine that was showcasing the work of the public sector. Continuing, Chair, with a summary of our deliverables through GCIS, through research that includes public perception analysis and media monitoring, the department is able to report and assess how government fulfills the information needs of the public. The report provides communication intelligence to communication clusters on public perceptions of government priorities, which enables these clusters to understand how the citizens are responding to programs, so that they can improve their communication strategies and implementation plan. So 5 cluster reports on perception of government priorities were produced in quarter 4. Our Communication Resource Center also produces key messages and opinion pieces, and many of them through requests. So they've met all requests for the quarter. They had produced a total of 42 key messages and 13 opinion pieces in quarter 3 and quarter 4. The cluster communication meetings and DG cluster meetings that GCIS participates on ensures that there is synergy and coherence in the cluster programs, and also integrates the implementation of the cluster programs that are led by GCIS in partnership with the co-chairs of these communication clusters. GCIS spearheaded the drafting of the updated National Communication Strategic Framework for 22-23 to drive the departmental and cluster communications to influence service delivery and implementation of government priorities. The updated strategy approved by Cabinet in October 2022 mobilizes the nation towards renewal and efforts to stimulate inclusive growth, and it embodies our message of hope to our nation, that our nation will pull through the tough times, leaving no one behind. Just a continuation on the deliverables, the GCIS also manages the bulk buying of media space and airtime on behalf of other government departments. This is to ensure that campaigns are implemented in a coherent and cost-effective manner through negotiated costs based on bulk buying or leveraging bulk buying. 54% and 72% of approved media buying campaigns were implemented in Q3 and Q4 respectively. Our SA News website, online government news platform, we have over the period produced 1,495 stories that were published online on key government programs for the reporting period. With regards to radio, a total of 432 radio products and services were provided to members of the public against a target of 240. This was an overachievement of 80%, while 240 national events were profiled through our video services during the reporting period, also depicting an overachievement of 55%. Our other products, the South African Yearbook and the official guide to South Africa, were produced and published on the GCIS website, which is www.gcis.gov.za. GCIS achieved also a 100% response rate to all language service requests that were received, demonstrating an accessibility of messaging, ensuring the translation into all 11 official languages, 11 at that time. Chairperson, this slide depicts some of the products that we use in supporting our communication efforts. We do it through media advisories and statements, social media handles, communication toolkits that we provide, which include key messages and products, voice clips and sound bites, social media posters that are shared with stakeholders for participating and amplifying messages. So, Chairperson, if I can take you through the targets that we missed. For Q3, those 8 targets that we missed, I might add that all of the 8, or most of the 8 targets that we missed in Q3, we have had mitigation plans in place to ensure that they were met. And by the end of Q4, all the targets were met except the last one, number 8, which is the MAC sector code review and published in the Government Gazette. So we've listed the targets that we missed for Q3. It was the online edition of the SA Yearbook that's meant to be published annually and done in Q3. The same with the online edition of the official guide to South Africa, published annually in Q3. Those 2 were missed for similar reasons, which I'll take you through them in the next slide. The number of screens reached on the GCIS managed social media platforms quarterly. We did not achieve our target in Q3 to reach the numbers that we had anticipated, but we managed to get that by Q4. Number of page views as well, similar, not achieving the numbers that we had anticipated. Number of national events, government programs, and presidency engagements profiled through our photographic services for the year. We did not get to the number that we anticipated. Number of graphic designs completed for the year, a number of print products distributed, and the MAC sector code reviewed and updated. For Q4, the targets that we missed was the MAC sector code reviewed and published in the Government Gazette. And this second target that we missed for Q4 was the number of engagement between government officials and senior journalists on government's key programs in the NASP. Chairperson, these slides, the next few slides will take you into details of the indicators that we did not achieve and the reasons for not achieving them. So I will focus on the 4th column, so I won't go too much into the first 3 columns or the last column. So the first 2 indicators on the online edition and the online edition of the SA Yearbook published annually, and the online edition of the official guide to South Africa published annually. So both these targets were not met due to some delays in procuring some software, which is the Adobe Creative Cloud software. But once that software was procured, those targets were met in the 4th quarter. the number of screens reach. So this one, together with the following two targets, the number of page views, both those as well as the number of national events and government programs, those three targets were not achieved due to the December period and attracting less users to the websites, as well as the festive period season, where there was a decline in the number of requests received for events, national events. The number of graphic designs as well, also impacted by the December period, where there was a decline in many of the government activities, resulting in a lower number of requests coming through. So the last two for the Q3 that were not achieved was the print products distributed. And once again, the December period is the reason for not achieving the numbers that we anticipated. We anticipated 4, and only 3 products were distributed. And finally, the MAC sector code review and published on the Government Gazette. That item was not achieved in Q3. So if I may move on to the Q4, the same the two targets that were not achieved in Q4, the MAC sector code, as mentioned, was carried over from Q3 and not achieved in Q4 as well. And we have the second target that was not achieved in Q4, which was the engagements between government officials and senior journalists. We had envisaged having 6 engagements between government officials and senior journalists on the key programs on the National Annual Strategic Plan. 2 engagements between government and senior journalists were held. And again, these engagements were less than anticipated during this quarter, but we managed to play catch up with regards to the annual target, and we did achieve it as an annual target share. So moving on to our finances on the governance matters. So in total, GCIS for Q3 had spent 75.7% of its budget for the third quarter, at the end of the third quarter, which is the benchmark is 75%. So we give you the breakdown for each of the different programs. For Program 1, Administration, the department spent 75.3%. For Program 2, 1% was spent in Q3, and in Program 3, 78.1% was spent, giving us the overall 75.7% spend, which is slightly 0.7% above the benchmark. For Q2, we have spent 99.2% overall, as the economic classification breakdown reflects. For each program, Program 1, we spent 98.8%, Program 2, 99.3%, and Program 3 was 99.6%, giving us the overall spend of 99.2% at the end of Q4. If I may just comment on the one item on the economic classification level, which is the departmental agencies and accounts for the TV license, that reflects a 66.7% spend. That is purely because we over budgeted, or we allocated a higher amount for TV licenses of 60,000, and we only needed to spend 40,000. So that's the only reason that we have a 66% on that line item on that economic classification level. And moving along, Chair, this is moving to the end of my presentation. This slide depicts our budget and expenditure versus our performance. You can see the different program percentage spent that I mentioned in the previous slide, totaling to 99.2%, as well as the extract of the annual performance status, where we show the overall performance for the department being 93% achievement of targets, and a 3% non-achievement. So the purpose of the slide here is to show you the correlation
Not sure if I'm audible. Want to raise a new matter. I see that Honorable Mazoni's hand is up. May I check if there are other members? We'll take that in the meantime. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, please allow me to keep my camera off for a stronger bandwidth so that I don't get interrupted. Good morning, Chairperson, fellow members of the committee, and thank you to GCIS for that presentation. Chair, I just wanted to know a couple of things. Obviously, as MPs, we all know and remember that we used to get a GCIS envelope or box that was delivered to our offices that had GCIS communications in it that we ourselves could look at, and it used to come once a month, sometimes once every 2 months. I haven't received one of those for at least I actually can't remember the last time I received them, and I'm wondering why. Is it still possible to go to GCIS offices in the various provinces, identify yourself as an MP with your MP badge, and get certain pieces of information? For example, if we wanted to get a guide to South Africa and maybe take it to our constituencies, could we do that? And then my last question is, I'm incredibly interested to know how GCIS managed to increase, for example, their Twitter following. I believe the number was 52,000 up to over 1 million. And I'd like to know what media strategy and what communication strategy was employed to ensure that incredibly high and rapid rise in social media following. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Any other member so that we then get responses from GCIS? Okay, let's take the response then.
Honourable Chair, Terry, would let me field the ones from the Honourable Mazoni, if okay with you, Terry?
Yes, Michael, go ahead, and
Well,
Recho
good
can take
morning.
the second one.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Maneli, the members. Thank you, Honourable Mazoni, for very pointed questions, and one or two things. Michael Curran here from GCIS, and the questions you asked, Honourable Mazoni, fall within my area of responsibility. Liesel, who runs our parliamentary office, was severely impacted by the fire. The pigeonholes and all that area were destroyed. We had, since the previous meeting, tried to build up another distribution method. I can check with her how far she's gone with that. The only challenge we've had there, Honourable Mazoni, is we have about 3 vacancies in that office, so they're a bit thin on the ground. But I'll certainly take up with Liesel what other methods we can do, and really do appreciate that feedback, and especially the fact that it's something that you did look forward to. But unfortunately, we will definitely build that up once we've rebuilt that area and redone IRC. But in the meantime, I will make sure I come back with a proper solution to the interim measure for that, okay? Appearing at provincial offices, to yourself and to all honourable members, in fact, it would be an honour. it is our honor to serve our portfolio committee and MPs. We have what we call information resource centers in every provincial office. Please feel free to go in at any time and visit the office. Please feel free. Often you might find the provincial director or the DD won't be there. They might be out in the field, but we do have an officer, the Information Resource Center officer at an assistant director level, who deals with a lot of issues in distribution and dissemination, which will include the next question around social media. But they can definitely help Honorable Mazone and all members here to share what we have. Sometimes the products are online, so Reko's team, because things like yearbook and that are costly to print, we've moved away. But even then, they can either assist with a disk or a memory stick, or they can make sure they send proper links through to you. And that. So I do invite yourself and any member, please feel free. The products are there for all of the citizens, including the honorable members elected to office. And we'd be very grateful. And Honorable Mazone, and to yourself, Chair, any member who picks up things that, as our oversight team, you feel could have been done differently or better, I'm really, really keen for yourselves to share those with us. And then, of course, it was quite a thing to move. Now, remember, the overall performance that Terry showed from Reko's area is the big number that includes all the government accounts and etc. The provincial and district officers were working from quite a low base historically. They are, they're more face-to-face communication people who do pamphleteering, community hall meetings. So they've been making this migration to the digital platforms in a district level. So there's been a couple of issues. They've done quite a few blitzes and engagements with key stakeholders within the communication system to try and build up their district level and provincial Facebook and Twitter accounts. Okay, so it's been more like trying to build up the network around the use of the digital platform. The critical thing, however, the honourable members, the fourth quarter was quite a contested pre-SONA space. So when I asked the young gentleman, Thabo, who runs that for us, Thabo, why did we have this huge spike? He said that, look, it was issue-based. So we do fluctuate, so the next quarter would go down. So while we had such a huge uptake in interactions in the fourth quarter was around back to school and some of the bottlenecks that incur in certain provinces, and then trying to make sure we're giving out information on that. But secondly, it was also around the build-up to and including the SONA period, which saw quite a drastic rise in that. And obviously, our techniques, Chairperson, include things such as a strong relationship with community radio stations and community print media, and a strong relationship with structures of the community, including houses of traditional leadership and CDWs. So we market these platforms, and those ones, they are forming part of the bigger picture of GCIS's social media platforms, but they are niched at a district level. So, for example, it'll be the Abanango to Song Center's Facebook page or Twitter handle. So it was a big rise. It was quite issue-based, Honourable Mazone, but we are making a conscious effort because of human resource limitations, and also because, the digital age is a lot more compelling now for communicators, that we are trying our level best to move our field workers into that space. So there's no silver bullet, but it's just around contentious or controversial or hotly debated issues. And once you start giving information that people find useful, okay, please, you go to this area at this time, etc., etc. Then it brings a bit more foot traffic to your handle. So I think those are the three I'd like to suggest, Honourable Chair, and thank you very kindly.
The Honourable Mutagane, you are recognized.
No, and now I found this thing is very difficult sometimes for me. Thank you, Comrade Chair. I want just to raise an issue. I think Michael and Shalembe, they will know that for many years, government has been accused that is not communicating its program to its society in a manner that the society understand the program that government is pursuing to address the need of a society. And then I'm not sure whether now we have reached even 60% of communicating with the society as a whole. I'm not talking about society in terms of the fragmentation of society, but the society as a whole. And how does the society respond to the communication by the executive, particularly by government, broadly speaking? Because that has been a weakness, I think, from provinces, even local government, and particular, but at the national level. There's been really a serious accusation for many years. I'm not sure whether now, Michael, we have been able to be sure that our communication with society, there's also feedback from society in terms of their views about the entire communication system that we have developed over some years. To me, that would be very important if you would be able to comment whether now we are receiving positive response from society. They don't just see communication like general communication, but the communication that assists them to have information that is able to assist them when they meet in taxis and everywhere. They're able to communicate amongst themselves as society and able to pinpoint department where members of society can get assistance. I'm not sure whether that level of communication is at that highest level, or maybe we are still at 60% or 50%. I'm not sure exactly. I think we can assist us because I think we have done some research that were conducted just to find more about this communication that we are doing, because it's very important communication. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtakane. Any other member before we get a response? So let's get the response then.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Nomonde Mnukwa, the acting DG of GCIS. Apologies, but we finished earlier on the other meeting, so I decided to join before the next meeting that is starting at 10:30. Honorable members, just in response of the question of Honorable Mtakane, we still are challenged as a GCIS, in fact, as the entire government. However, there are strides that we are making. The research that we do as a department, it gives us information in terms of what is the mood of the nation surrounding a number of issues, which currently there are issues around crime, unemployment, and service delivery. That's the feedback that we are getting from the communities. We also do research that gives us an indication in terms of the trust between the government and other institutions and the communities. And from that research as well as government, we are rating low. However, the work that we are doing, which unfortunately is not the work of the quarter 3 and quarter 4 that we are reporting about, hence is not in the report, but it is the work that we are doing as soon as we get the outcomes of the research. For the crime issues, as the communities we're reflecting in terms of their worries or their fears with rising crime. As GCIS, we have set with the Justice, Crime Prevention and Safety, a cluster of the DGs, and we got to develop a communication strategy for the cluster itself, and that communication strategy is under implementation. And therefore, we report, for an example, today at 10, there's going to be a progress report in the DG's cluster of the Justice, Crime Prevention and Safety departments, whereby we'll be reporting back to them. The other thing that we are noting as well is that the communication is moving very fast to the digital platforms, And hence, as much as Michael is saying it was an issue-based issue around SONA, but it was also a deliberate move because we understand that the communication is more faster on digital platforms, but also is very quick. So if you are not communicating there within 10 minutes or even responding within 10 minutes, the communities have already received whatsoever voice that they will take as the right voice and continue. So we are deliberate in terms of ensuring that we communicate in our digital platforms. We have put together the digital platforms of other government departments as well, whereby when we communicate, we also collaborate with other government departments so that the message can get to a bigger reach. The other thing that we are working on as well, which was the issue at the time, it was the issue of a load shedding, which has affected and is still affecting the nation. However, we then, from the National Energy Action Plan process, then enabled the Minister of Electricity to brief the nation every Sunday in terms of where we are with regards to the strides to deal with load shedding. So the third issue as well is we have what we call a government communicators forum, which is your government communicators in the national and provincial departments. We are setting up a meeting to meet with them next week, Friday, whereby the minister also will address them. And those are one of the things that we work so that there's coherence, but also so that we can leverage on each other's resources and also make sure that we have seamless communication, because there is some communication, but the challenge is because it's in silos, it doesn't make the desired impact. So we want to make it a point that we plan properly as national departments, and therefore we leverage on each other so that we eliminate competition. We also are going to be in the same meeting having the core team of the Intergovernmental Communicators Forum, which includes some districts communicators, some metro communicators, and also SALGA, so that we have now a strategy that assists us to take everything forward properly. There are other campaigns that we will come back and report to the portfolio committee when we deal with Q1 and Q2, that we are moving from the directive of the minister to say, let's have campaigns that are bringing the society, the whole country together on issues and things that are key, particularly around, I would say in a nutshell, it's food security, because we want to deal with the issues of inflation that are dealing with our pockets. We want to deal with the rising cost of living and any other thing that is related to that, but more so focusing on ensuring that we have a campaign that calls the nation to grow their own food so that we can reduce the costs of living. And a chairperson and members, as I've said, that we are trying by all means to always review the progress that we are making, and also hear if the communities are feeling the impact. And if not, we then devise some strategies in terms of how best and what else can we add into the communication basket that will assist us. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Majosi, are you trying to get in? Oh, it's an error.
Chair, I'm fine. No, Chair, I'm fine. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. Thank you, honorable members. In the absence of questions, I think one really would, on behalf of yourselves, appreciate the presentation made, particularly an indication of what could have been done in Q3 and how that situation got to improve in the next quarter, Q4. But I think what is also important is really and understanding that this is presented at a time when we're almost 2 quarters into the new financial year, and therefore there may be improvement in some areas, but if not, I think we should be knowing what could be the reason. And I want to cite the example of the MEC Charter Code. In quarter 3, it was about ministerial level. In quarter 4, it could not be gazetted. So whilst it may look like one matter, I think it's an important matter as it relates to the transformation in the marketing, advertising and communication space. And this is a matter that has been, I think, coming for some time. Surely in your reporting next time, we should get a sense of you having moved on that, and if there is no movement, what could be the reason in that regard. Otherwise, I think there's happiness in terms of the report that has been presented. It's that from numbers in percentage terms, you can easily be at 98%, and that 2% in terms of impact it needs to make in the transformation agenda, it gets to be quite weighty, and it's something that must be addressed. Otherwise, we really thank you, including the commitment to come back, acting DG from another meeting, just to make sure that you strengthen your team. We appreciate that. Of course, as I indicated, honorable members, the MDDA aspect would then have to be dealt with separately as they bring back their report. Otherwise, from a department side, we would really thank them and not keep you in case you have to deliver elsewhere as people who support the entire government communications. But if you still want to stay on the platform, we'll still also not really reject you to hear what's happening from the sister department. I'm not sure if the Deputy Minister would have joined at this point. I think I saw her a gadget identified as hers, but she has come at this point. But because she has honored the meeting, I would also give a space in case there's any matter she would want to emphasize in that regard. Deputy Minister Mutaung.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee. My apology for joining late. I've just landed, Chair. I thought it would be the second for presentation. My apology for joining late. I have just joined during your summary of our presentation, but we'll make sure that we attend all the outstanding matters that have been raised by the committee in our next report. We'll include everything and give explanation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We did receive your apology. That's why we're giving you space, because we told you to join late, so that we had to change the agenda so that we allowed GCIS to do and complete, and then we focus on DCDT and its entities for which the report is longer to engage. So we really appreciate that you honored the committee by still joining after you've landed. But you can be guaranteed we do appreciate. Hence, the apology was acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, like I said, you are free to stay on the line, or if you have got other executive duties to perform, please do, so that the next report is even better. We appreciate. We will now move to the presentation by DCDT and the consolidated report of the entities. This is for purposes of your Honorable Mazon, that at some point there would have been a problem of many entities in a short space. And we had agreed that there's an entity oversight unit that does work there. We should still receive the individual submissions and the consolidated report, so that in the engagements, if there are matters that we may need to come back to of the individual entities, we are able to flag that in our contributions, and that then would mean adjustment to our program in that score. But it does help to know that the entity oversight unit of the department is able to look at what happens in the entities as they report to them more often than it is with the portfolio committee, as we get only quarterly reports in the main. So I thought it's important that I explain from a presentation point of view, but the fact would be that members would have had an opportunity to look at each presentation or report that has been sent through to them. Will now allow the DCDT, Mr. Shalembe and your team, to then present both from the side of the department and the entities. The time is now 10. I'm going to try and push you that the two presentations are done between now and 11 the latest. So pick up your speed. If you can do it earlier than that, that helps us, so that we still have an hour or so to engage if members want to engage further. Are you ready?
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, Honorable Chairperson, and to the honorable members. And good morning as well to the colleagues from the department and the SOEs who are part of this meeting this morning. Chairperson, from the side of the department, I'm joined by my fellow DDGs who are responsible for different programs of the department and will therefore assist in handling any discussion points that will arise as part of the meeting. Of course, the SOEs themselves are present here who will be able to deal with issues relating to their respective entities. If I may start the presentation, Chairperson, it starts with a slide that shows expenditure as at the end of the third quarter. Overall, we spent 73% at the end of the third quarter, which I believe the rule of thumb would have been a 75% to show a third quarter expenditure, but we spent 73% at that time. In terms of the program, okay, I see you have moved, it's fine. And this is the expenditure per economic classification. It's still 73% overall, but compensation of employees was 63%, goods and services was 49%, transfers and subsidies was 83%, and payment for capital assets was 38%, and payment for financial assets was 0% at the time. There was no money available for the payment of financial assets. The total adjusted budget for the department was 2.9 billion at the time, at the end of the third quarter. Transfers and subsidies. This slide shows transfers to our departmental agencies and accounts in the main. FPB, 75% transferred to it. ICASA also 75%. NEMISA 75%. USASA 75%. and USAF 74%, and BDM under USAF also 75%. There were also transfers to foreign government and international organizations, which usually are far in excess of the quarterly benchmark, and we had transferred 90% overall to foreign government and international organizations. Next slide. This slide continues transfers to foreign government and international organizations, as well as public corporations and private enterprises. I'll just show or highlight the public corporations that we transfer money to. The SABC for Channel Africa, we had transferred 75%, and SABC for program productions, we had transferred 90%, and SABC for public broadcaster, it had received 88% of its transfers, and the South African Post Office had received at the end of the third quarter 100% of its transfers. Next slide. This is the expenditure report as at the end of March 2023. That is the end of the fourth quarter. We spent altogether 98% of the budget, and at that time the final budget had increased to 5.3 billion, which was inclusive of the additional 2.4 billion allocated to the post office towards the end of the financial year in the second adjusted budget appropriation. In terms of program expenditure at the end of the fourth quarter, administration spent 82%, international affairs 94%, policy development and research 75%, ICT enterprise development and public entities oversight 98%, and ICT infrastructure support 97%, almost 98%, and information society and capacity development 71.95%, with an average of 98% across the board. This slide shows the expenditure per economic classification chairperson. For compensation of employees at the end of the financial year or the end of the fourth quarter, we spent 84.51%, goods and services 91.79%, transfers and subsidies 99.85%, almost 100% there, and payment for capital assets 73.33%, and payment for financial assets 100%, with an overall aggregate of 98% against a budget, as I have said, of 5.3 billion. Next slide, please. This shows the transfers and subsidies at the end of the fourth quarter, and most of the transfers reflect 100% expenditure or transfer to entities. I'm not going to read them one by one, chairperson. Next slide, please. Similarly here, transfers to foreign government and international organizations, overall 92%, with differing amounts for the ATU, African Telecommunications Union, at 97%, Donor Foundation at 86%, International Telecommunications Union at 91%, and so on, chairperson. Similarly, with the public corporations and private enterprises at the bottom of the slide, we had transferred 100% for those entities. Next slide, please. This slide shows then the performance information against the targets for both the Q3 and Q4. And the department had achieved 28 targets and did not achieve eight targets, resulting in an achievement rate of 78%, and not achieved is 22%. Next slide. In terms of performance information against programs, administration had 4 targets, achieved 3, did not achieve 1, resulting in a 75% achievement, 100% achievement rate in the International Relations Affairs and Affairs branch, 67% achievement in the Policy Development Research branch, 83% in ICT Enterprise and Public Entity Oversight, and 100% in the Infrastructure Development and Support branch, 63% in Information Society and Capacity Development branch, resulting in 78%, which means of the 36 targets, 28 were achieved and 8 were not achieved. Next slide. I will quickly, Chairperson, go through the areas of achievement. I'm not going to spend too much time here. Maybe you will spend a little bit of more time on the areas of underachievement. But with respect to Program 1, a report on the framework on gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation and auditing, focusing on the pillars in the framework covering the period October 2022 to March 23 was developed as planned. In terms of the National Strategic Plan, the implementation of integrated plan of action in support of the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence, focusing on prevention, reporting, and empowering power pillars, working with SOCs and branches of the department, was implemented in quarters under review, and that was successfully done. In terms of the district development plan, coordination and monitoring of progress report regarding the implementation of the DDM plan was developed. With respect to the international branch, which had to do country positions to support the national ICT priorities, it developed the ITU PP22 country position and a report on key outcomes of ITU PP22 were developed. It also ran a campaign for South Africa's candidature, which was advanced. South Africa was successfully re-elected to the ITU Council. And finally, the BRICS outcomes report was developed. With respect to the international programs to support the digital economy initiatives, the engagements with relevant stakeholders were conducted to agree on identified international programs, and a report on the implementation of identified international program status report was developed. I'm taking a sip of the water, Chairperson, apologies. With respect to the digital economy framework, the draft digital economy framework and strategy was developed and submitted to the Minister for approval as targeted. Next slide. With respect to the Post-Bank Amendment Bill, we were supposed to do a report on the facilitation of the banking license application process, as well as progress report on the banking licensing application, which was developed. The South African Post Office Amendment Bill was submitted to Cabinet for approval to introduce it into Parliament, Chairperson. With respect to the disestablishment of ICASA, the ECA bill was submitted to the cluster, and the report on the implementation of the disestablishment plan was developed. With respect to the Electronic Communications Amendment Bill, the bill was submitted to Cabinet for public consultation approval. The performance monitoring and reporting for the portfolio, consolidated portfolio monitoring report for Q3 for financial year 2022-23 was developed, and the implementation of recommendations from the analysis of departmental and public entities' performance reports were also developed. The annual reports of public entities that had been submitted at the time were submitted to the Minister for tabling in Parliament. Next slide, please. With respect to broadband, connectivity to the funded site was coordinated. Rapid deployment of digital infrastructure was also coordinated as planned. Implementation of strategic national cybersecurity, quality of services of cybersecurity hub was monitored. With respect to the policy direction on 5G deployment, the policy direction was published on 8 September 2022. The minister then published a draft next generation spectrum policy for public comment in line with section 35B Roman figure 2 of the ECA. Submissions of public comments on policy direction for the 5G deployment were analyzed, and in the next generation spectrum policy for economic development has been finalized. The implementation of broadband connectivity obligation for new spectrum license holders was monitored as planned, and the second draft SA preliminary positions in preparation of the WRC 23 was developed. The strategy has been submitted for approval considering the work done on the next generation spectrum policy. That is the strategy to leverage delivery of services through 5G and Wi-Fi 6. The report was submitted for approval considering the work done on the next generation spectrum policy. That was the report in respect to policy to discontinue GSM phones. Next slide, please. With respect to national e-government strategy and roadmap, on a single portal for prioritized government services was coordinated, and monitoring report on the implementation of national e-government was developed. Digital and future skills. The implementation of digital and future skills programs through local and international public and private partnerships was coordinated. And finally, Chairperson, with respect to the AI Institute and strategy, stakeholder consultation was conducted with the Department, University of Johannesburg, and the Tshwane University of Technology, and an AI strategy was submitted for approval as planned. Next slide. The areas of underachievement are listed in this slide, and I think the next slide, Chairperson. But because we also have the presentation of the same areas of underachievement per program, I'll rather go to the per program presentation of the areas of underachievement. Next slide, yes. So the first target not achieved under administration was a quarterly target relating to the workflow management system, which had to be rolled out and implemented. What was achieved was the appointment of a service provider to develop the intranet and workflows on SharePoint online platform, but without achieving the target as set out. The delay to implement the system was further caused by high pricing proposal that was received. Let's go to the next unachieved target. Under Program 3, ICT Policy Development and Research, the audio-visual white paper was meant to be submitted to the cluster and cabinet for approval. What was achieved was that the audio-visual white paper was submitted to the Acting Director General for onward submission to the Minister. The reason for non-achievement is that the draft audio-visual white paper document was not submitted to Cabinet as planned due to delays in internal processing and receiving final inputs. With respect to framework for local manufacturing of digital reception devices approved, the framework was not developed. This is because there were external dependencies to conclude the publishing of the final policy directives, which included stakeholders such as the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition and ICASA, which was a challenge. On the draft regulatory reform policy submitted to Cabinet for public consultation approval, what was achieved was the draft regulatory reform discussion document was submitted to the acting DG for onward submission to the Minister. There has been a change in the direction on the proposed digital regulator, resulting in the delay. That is the reason for the delay in the finalization of the draft regulatory reform policy. With respect to Program 4, the target not achieved relates to the performance assessment report submitted to Parliament. This has to do with the ICASA performance management system. At the time, we had anticipated that by the end of the Q4, we would have received the approval of the ICASA performance management system from the National Assembly, which was delayed for the large part of the year and was only received in March 2023. Therefore, the performance assessments were not submitted to Parliament as planned. Next slide. With respect to Program 6, the annual target had to do with the study on cost to communicate to be conducted to inform the revision on the data cost and recommendations stemming from the study implemented. The quarterly target had to do with the report on cost to communicate being approved and recommendations stemming from the study being implemented. What was achieved was a report on the study on cost to communicate, which recommendation was finalized and submitted, but the recommendations were not implemented as planned. So though the study has been finalized, the recommendations were not implemented. Next slide. With respect to the Green Paper on Digital Government Act, the quarterly target had to do with the revision of the Green Paper developed on Digital Government Act. What was actually achieved was the draft Green Paper was developed, but it was not revised. The explanation is that it was not revised for finalization as planned, and therefore it was not achieved. The other target not achieved under Program 6 is the Digital Economy Master Plan approved and implemented as the annual target. And in terms of the quarterly target, the implementation of the Digital Economy Master Plan had to be coordinated and monitored. But it was not coordinated and monitored. Essentially, the implementation of the Digital Economy Master Plan was put on hold until the finalization of the Digital Economy Strategy Framework. Next slide. Chairperson, that ends the presentation on the side of the department. I will then quickly move on to the presentation for the entities, the consolidated presentation for the entities, Chair, with your allowance.
Yes, like we agreed. We'll then take up the discussion after that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm just waiting for my colleague to flight the presentation. Essentially, the presentation consolidates the information for the 11 entities in the portfolio. Thank you. Next slide. And go to slide number 2. Yes, with BBI. Thank you very much. This slide presents the broadband infraco Q3 and Q4 performance information. BBI had 20 targets in Q3 and achieved 14 of those, resulting in a 70% achievement rate in Q3. With respect to Q4, BBI achieved 15 of the same 20 targets, and therefore the achievement rate increased to 75%. The information on revenue on the right-hand side of the slide, BBI recorded revenue of 150 million in Q3 with expenditure of 53.1 million with a resulting net profit of 13.9 million. In Q4, the revenue was 110.4 million with expenditure of 71.4 million and the net loss of 79.7 million. In both Q3 and Q4, BBI's overall performance was negatively affected by its financial sustainability, network resilience, and socioeconomic targets that were not achieved. The total revenue of 150 million and profit of 13.9 million recognized for Q3 were respectively above what was budgeted for. This is attributed to the award of the project by ICASA to provide connectivity to sites in the Northern Cape and the Eastern Cape provinces with a contract value of 219 million rand. And the actual revenue of 110.4 million rand for Q2 was 42% behind the budgeted 189.5 million rand, whilst gross profit of 10.4 million was lower than the target 52.1 million rand due to revenue related targets that were not met. The operating expenditure for Q3 and Q4 are respectively 4% and 7% higher when compared to the same periods in the previous financial year due to increase in costs. BBI is still solvent, though marginally, with total assets exceeding total liabilities, which suggests that it can meet or service its long-term debts, but its liquidity is rather quite constrained with very low liquidity ratios, suggesting that it would not be able to settle its current liabilities in the short term. Next slide. We then looked at the governance issues relating to the audit findings for BBI. We noted that at Q3, BBI had 16 audit findings and had resolved 8 of those, resulting in a 50% resolution rate and a 56% resolution rate in Q4. The reasons for unresolved findings at quarter 4 were 2 findings were partially addressed, 2 were not yet due, and 3 are not addressed. Next slide, please. Then move on to the FPB, Chair. With respect to the FPB, there were 12 targets in the third quarter, of which 10 were achieved, resulting in an 83% achievement rate. In the fourth quarter, 11 targets, of which, 12 targets, of which 11 were achieved, resulting in 92% achievement. Areas of non-achievement related to turnaround times on issuance of content classification decisions due to unavailability of experienced classifiers and quality assurers. To execute its expanded legislative mandate, FPB developed regulatory tools and instruments and undertook consultations with the department and industry stakeholders during the quarters under review. FPB continued to participate in several international events in collaborations with several organizations such as In Hope and Global Panorama. It reported a liquidity ratio of 3.2:1, which reflects that it's able to sustain its operations over the short-term period. It is also solvent with a similar solvency ratio, which implies that it can fulfill its longer-term obligations. However, it still has inadequate financial and human resources which are required to implement the expanded mandate, and those remain the greatest risk confronted by the entity. Next slide. At the end of quarter 3, FPB had resolved 80% of its findings, which was 4 out of 5. And by the end of quarter 4, all audit findings had been resolved. Next slide. ICASA. ICASA had 24 targets at the end of quarter 3, of which 22 were achieved, resulting in a 92% achievement rate. And at the end of quarter 4, there were 40 targets achieved against a total of 45, giving an 89% achievement rate. The financial information is presented on the right-hand side, Chair, but I'm not going to go through the details there. Key performance targets not achieved were linked to policy research and analysis, engineering and technology, and regions and consumer affairs programs. In quarter 3, non-achieved targets were only related to the policy research and analysis program. The regulator managed to maintain a vacancy rate below 7% on a quarterly basis. The non-achievement of planned targets was largely affected by supply chain management challenges, affecting development of findings documents on subscription TV broadcasting market, regulations on call terminations, as well as rapid deployment as required under Chapter 4 of the ECA. Continued to collect targeted license fee revenue, that is the regulator, from operators on behalf of a government, totaling 10.3 billion in license fees at the end of the fourth quarter. The regulator remained in a healthy financial and solvent position in both quarters. With respect to audit findings, at the time of submission of this presentation, we had not received the information from ICASA, but we have since received it. There were 54 audit findings for both Q3 and Q4, of which 41 were resolved and 13 remained unresolved, resulting in a 76% resolution of audit findings. Remedial plans for the 12 findings were still in progress, and some will be fully achieved by the end of September 2023, as and when the appointed officials assume duty and when the sign-off process is concluded for the IT assessment. Next slide, please. With respect to NEMISA, for Q3, NEMISA had 15 targets, similarly with Q4, 15 targets, achieving 12 on each quarter, giving rise to a percentage of 80% achievement rate for both quarters. In Q3, in line with the skills development, youth and women empowerment, NEMISA has, amongst others, set the following training targets for the year. 10,000 people trained in digital literacy for Q3, and actually that was the target, and actually 18,864 were trained. 1,716 of the targeted 3,000 SMMEs were trained in digital entrepreneurship. 150 learners trained in creative media short courses. 1,339 learners were trained in 4IR digital technologies, and 92 were trained in cell phone repairs, terrestrial television installations, or broadband infrastructure installations, versus a target of 40. For previous financial years, an amount of 20.2 million rand still remained unspent by NEMISA. Although NEMISA has increased its spending during the previous 4 quarters, NEMISA still needs to increase its training programs so that these unspent funds can be fully utilized. Similar targets were set for Q4, and in line with the skills development, youth and women empowerment, there were 6 training targets in Q4. Digital literacy amounted to 6,454. 10,951 SMMEs were trained in digital entrepreneurship. 219 learners trained in creative media short courses. 74 of the targeted 150 creative media learnerships were achieved, and 1,791 learners were trained in 4IR digital technologies. For previous financial years, an amount of 15.9 million of the training allocations remained unspent in Q4. The training of 10,951 SMMEs in Q4 resulted in the fact that the annual target was achieved. Next slide, please. There were 12 audit findings for NEMISA in Q3 and Q4. At the end of Q3, 33% of the targets had been resolved, and at the end of Q4, that had increased to 84% of the findings being resolved. The reasons for unresolved findings have to do with one action is implemented at year-end procedure, and another action is implemented monthly. That is why the 2 targets were not, or the 2 findings were not resolved by the end of Q4. Next slide, please.
Oh, okay. Cha bengifuna ukuthi ukungilekelele lapho uzongifakela ilento
Mamthembu,
ezizokufaka marketing mawusuzo.
Muthi Mamthembu.
you very much, Chairperson. With respect to Postbank had 12 targets in Q3, achieving 4, resulting in a 33% achievement. And in Q4, there were 14 targets, of which only 2 were achieved, resulting in a 14% achievement. The non-achievement of the planned targets is due to, amongst others, inefficiencies in planning and execution, more especially delays in finalizing the procurement processes relating to IT modernization projects and digitalization initiatives such as SMS services, ATMs, and point of sales acquiring. These initiatives, which were meant to augment and diversify Postbank's sources of revenue. The lack of capacitation at executive level also contributed to high number of vacancies. The underperformance in revenues for both quarters was below budgeted figures, mainly due to delays in implementing SMS business and the other initiatives which I've just mentioned, which were projected to improve Postbank's revenues. The company still remains solvent with assets above total liabilities, which means it's able to meet its obligations when they become due. Despite the above challenges, Postbank was able to deliver on the SASSA Master Service Agreement by disbursing grants to more than 7.1 million social grants beneficiaries. Next slide. There were 140 findings at Postbank in both Q3 and Q4, of which 31 were resolved at the end of Q3 and 38 were resolved at the end of Q4, resulting in 22% resolution and 27% resolution in Q3 and Q4 respectively. The reasons for unresolved findings at the end of Q4 is that 5 findings in finance unit were still being followed up for validity as they were disputed by management and therefore awaited feedback from the ICASA. 2, most of the findings reported in SCM relate to compliance matters, which will only be resolved through the implementation of the supply chain policy. And finally, the finding under treasury function can only be resolved through signing of a loan agreement with SAPO. Next slide, please. We move on to SAPO. SAPO had 13 targets in Q3 and Q4, achieving 4 in Q3 and achieving 2 in Q4, resulting in 31% achievement in Q3 and 15% achievement in Q4. The non-achievement of targets have been mainly attributed to the lack of investments in technology, infrastructure, and tools of trade due to cash flow situation. Also due to poor delivery and due to lack of tools of trade and branch closures. The unavailability of funding for projects, lack of relevant and innovative product offerings, and also the lack of funding for the implementation of the Post Office of Tomorrow strategy has contributed to the targets not being met. There were 165 audit findings at the post office. 69 had been resolved, which amounts to 42% at both quarters. And the reasons for unresolved findings at the end of Q4, which is 96 findings, 47 have past due date and 49 within target date, but not then resolved. Next slide. With respect to Centec achieved 60% of its targets at the end of Q3, which was 9 out of 15, and that increased to 80% at the end of the fourth quarter, which was 12 out of 15. The non-achievement is mainly due to the revenue streams which have not performed as expected in both quarters, mainly due to initiatives for new revenue not materializing and higher than budgeted expenditure against lower revenue base, resulting in targets not being met. For the organization's sustainability into the future, there is a need to amplify efforts in the new business development and go-to-market strategies, with innovative initiatives becoming vital in ensuring new revenue growth with a view of increasing revenue margins. Through exercising stringent cost containment measures in the immediate and medium term to improve on the cost to income ratio or target. Next slide. Centec had resolved 69% of its findings by Q3, and the same as with Q4. Next slide. With respect to the SABC had 24 targets for Q3 and Q4, achieving 38% in both quarters. Excuse me, Chairperson. Non-achieved targets were mainly related to financial sustainability, content and platforms, and digital transformation strategic goals. The poor performance in Q3 and Q4 is mainly attributed to a number of reasons. One is the delay in the appointment of the board. Two is audience declines. Three is lower than anticipated revenue performance from flagship content properties. And four is cash flow challenges confronting the SABC during the quarter. 5 is load shedding. 6 is delays in the analog switch off. And finally, 7 is the capacity constraints in core divisions such as SCM and sales. Net operating losses driven by poor commercial revenue streams, which were negatively affected by declines in audiences and revenue improvement plans that did not yield anticipated financial results. TV license collections continued to deteriorate in both quarters. The continuous incurrence of net losses hampered the corporation's ability to operate as a going concern and financial sustainability. Cash flow challenges affected the corporation's ability to pay invoices on time, including payment to Centec, with an escalating debt for signal distribution costs. Next slide. There were 92 audit findings at the SABC, of which 63 had been resolved in Q3 and 29 not resolved, resulting in a 68%. In Q4, 81 were resolved and 11 unresolved, resulting in an 88% resolution. Of the 11 unresolved findings at Q4, 9 are in progress and 2 have not been started. Next slide. With respect to CETA had 7 targets at Q3, and 8 of those were achieved and 9 not achieved, resulting in 47% achievement. And in Q4, there were 18 targets, 8 achieved and 10 not achieved, resulting in 44.4% achievement. As it can be observed, SETA's performance has been declining for some time. The agency has given a number of reasons for this performance, including delays in obtaining a commitment from identified clients to finalize solutions, modernization of legacy applications, opportunities that did not materialize, and manual processes and capacity challenges within the supply chain management. Since faced with the above and other related challenges, SETA has indicated that it has put in place a number of mitigating plans in order to achieve the desired results. Financially, for Q3 and Q4, SETA exceeded its budget revenue by 187.2 million rand and 485.6 million rand, respectively, and thus attained 1.66 and 1.97 billion in the 2 quarters as revenue, as shown above. SETA is managing its finances well, as it has realized profits in both the quarters. It remains solvent, which can be interpreted that the agency is able to service its long-term debts, and it also has healthy liquidity ratios, suggesting it will be able to settle its current liabilities in the short term. Next slide, please. With respect to the audit findings, there were 171 audit findings at SETA. 39 had been resolved in Q3 and 78 resolved in Q4, resulting in 23% and 46% respectively resolved in the 2 quarters. Of the 93 unresolved findings, 12 are being verified by internal audit, while 10 are awaiting approval by head of department. 34 are not yet due, and 37 are outstanding. Next slide. ICASA, Chair, if I may run, I see my time is running against me. ICASA had achieved 60% of its targets in Q3 and 80% in Q4. The non-achieved targets relate to the production of quarterly progress report for Q3 in line with the approved implementation plan in support of the NSP on gender-based violence and femicide, as well as the production of the quarterly progress report for Q3 in line with the approved implementation plan in support of the approved stakeholder strategy and plan. In Q4, the non-achieved target was to produce an annual report on the implementation of the approved ICASA annual plan in support of the National Strategic Plan. Next slide, please. With respect to audit findings, there were 87 findings in Q3 and 71 in Q4. Of those, 34 were resolved in Q3 and 55 were resolved in Q4, resulting in 39% resolved in Q3 and 77% resolved in Q4. Next slide, please. USAF achieved 75% of its targets in Q3 and 50% of its targets in Q4. The targets that was not achieved in Q3 relate to funding of the valid broadband connected identified sites based on the numbers agreed on service level agreement. And the targets not achieved in Q4 relate to the funding of the valid broadband connected identified sites based on the numbers agreed on service level agreement, as well as the 100% of valid invoices which were not paid within 30 days from the date of receipt of invoice. Next slide. In terms of the audit findings, USAF had 48 findings in Q3 and 51 in Q4, resolving 46% in Q3 and resolving 82% by the end of the fourth quarter. Next slide, please. I think this is the final entity chairperson, ZETNA. ZETNA achieved 86% of its targets at the end of Q3 and 85% at the end of Q4. The targets that were not achieved in Q3 relate to the registration of domain names from ZACR, Central Registry, and also from the CIPC platform. The non-achievement is the result of high deletions that have been recurring in the past quarters, and also system failures with the CIPC platforms. With respect to Q4, the targets that were not achieved, let's go back, thank you. The targets that were not achieved relate to 1% increase in the net growth of domain names registrations through the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, CIPC platform, and digitization of ZETNA internal processes with 50% of the documented processes digitized. The non-achievement is a result of system failures with CIPC and also the delayed procurement processes. Next slide, please. There were no audit findings at ZETNA. It had received a clean audit, therefore no audit findings to report on, Chairperson. I think that's the final slide. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shelembe. Honorable members, it is now going to be an opportunity for those members who want to engage the presentations. As I indicated earlier, you would have also gone through the individual submissions, and therefore your questions would not be limited to the consolidated report, but everything else that have gone through. May I look at hands? If you can raise hands so that I identify members who want to speak. I see one on my side. Honorable Bolani, I saw Honorable Lesiba, but it seems he has lost connectivity. I'm sure he'll reconnect quickly. Any other member? Please proceed, Honorable Bolani.
Chair, if you please allow me to keep my camera off because I've just had load shedding, so my battery is not fully charged. Thanks.
Accepted. You can proceed.
Chairperson, Siyambonga Babu Shelembe with the presentations that have been made. I've got my notes, so I'm just gonna speak as disorganized as my notes would seem. On the post-bank, Chairperson, it says that the main reason for the delay in commencing with new businesses includes the need to put up ATM, POS, SMSs, and those things. And I'm just worried if the post-bank is on track, and I'm now trying to remember if he spoke on that post-bank. Did he, Chairperson? Chair?
Yes.
Did Mr. Shelembe speak on the post office, or am I jumping the gun?
No, he spoke on all the entities, including the post office and the post bank.
Perfect, then, Chairperson, then I'm awake. So, Chairperson, it's a great worry with the post office reporting that they are still struggling to set up ATMs. And when you read their report that speaks to them still needing to perform a feasibility study on product rationalization to still be conducted. So my question would be, what are the timelines? Because their report does not give specific timelines. And I'm really interested to see how the market is going to respond to their study. And what is the latest update, if at all, on their relationship with SASSA and CPP? What really is the latest? Because there's also that also impacts on other things. And I still remain puzzled with the minister when he said he could not tell me in a parliamentary question which department are going to be banking with the Post Bank. And of course, he cited the Papia Act, which for me really is disingenuous, because this is now what we are being told has a prospect of being a state bank. But in the same breath, we cannot be told which public government departments would support this state bank, which for me would mean that those people should be their main and first clients. I noted on the Post Bank presentation, Chairperson, that the Post Bank has very high security cost. For example, in Fidelity, I saw an amount of 70 million for, I'm not sure whether it was a quarter or what, but what does the Post Bank need private security for when they exactly say they don't really have ATMs? What does it go to? What does the 70 million go towards securing? What does it secure? And they speak about a 30 million rands investment in marketing. What has been the return on that investment? Because unfortunately, on the presentations and on the report that has been given, it does not really tell us per se how many people bank with the bank currently. And the bank has been very passionate about speaking about banking the unbanked, but we don't really get a sense of how many people have taken up the accounts with the Post Bank. And also, I would also, Chairperson, be interested to hear what their other and sundry costs are, because they are very high as well, just like their security costs. What does it look like? What does it include? Because I understand that it would be a standard operating procedure in accounting to just say sundry costs and high, but here we are talking about public money. So I would really appreciate to understand what that looks like. On the Post Office, Chair, back to the point I keep making about how as a committee we receive the documents. Half the time we do not know what to expect. We know that the entities are coming. And I've made a plea to the Secretariat to say, provide a checklist so that we know as we engage with the documents that there is going to be a Post Office presentation and a Post Office report. So as I was preparing, I did not see the report. And unfortunately, they also come in drips and pieces, and you never know. So it makes it really difficult to prepare. But that being said, Chairperson, the Post Office has reported loss of 1.101 million rands. But with all of these things, even with the presentation that has just been made, we never really hear who the criminals are or what the update of the criminal cases are. It would be interesting, Chairperson, through you, for the department to come back to this committee and provide us with a report on the criminal cases that have been opened for people who are looting the state, people who are stealing from the government of South Africa, to say that the department does not, it should be seen to be not tolerating crime. Are cases being opened to report these cases, or is it just business as usual? So through you, Chairperson, I would really request that. And Chairperson, The 2618 million. I'm not sure what that figure reads like, so I'm not gonna even try. Which is 68% of total expenses is for staff cost at the post office, which is a big anomaly. We have an entity which is on the brink of collapse, and this is us speaking truth to ourselves and being honest about where the Post Office of South Africa is at the moment. But however, you still have very high costs. And the most unfortunate thing, Chairperson, is that these high costs are at a very senior level. So the bottom of the people who are at the bottom of the food chain are not necessarily beneficiaries of these high salary costs. I'm not sure how we can deal with it. I do appreciate that executives come at a very high cost, but this should be reflected in the status of the post office. If the state is going to be paying as high salaries as they do for the post office, it should be reflected in the outputs of the post office to say that these are the people that we are investing in and they are turning the post office around. On SITA, Chairperson, SITA, even with the presentation that Mr. Shelembe just made now, the one thing that really comes out strongly is a not so strong engagement with stakeholders. And I understand that SITA has a new CEO, if at all, because some of these reports, these quarters precede him with the new leadership in place. What has been the market response? Because he did promise the portfolio committee that he was going to be hands-on and he was going to go into the market to ensure that SITA is becoming a trusted service provider for government IT needs. What has been the response? Are we going to see an improvement on SITA in the next quarters, considering that you've had people acting in those positions and that meant that there is a leadership instability in the entity? So could the CEO tell us what has been the response of the market since he's promised to really be hands-on? Thank you. And Chair, on the SABC, does the SABC know the demographic of the people who pay the TV licenses? Because those are the unsung heroes who keep the SABC afloat. Because if you are going to be paying TV licenses, it means these people are the same people that add to the audience rating. And those people should really be held as in really high esteem by the SABC. And again, it speaks to the marketing to ensure that the people continue to find value in paying the TV licenses in a country where paying a TV license is the last priority for many people. And it is quite worrying, Chairperson, that the SABC is forecasting a net loss of 756 million. It really is worrying, especially when you are reading in the newspapers about the SABC not being able to secure rights to flight important sports activities that could also increase the audience ratings. So it would be interesting for the SABC to please come in and tell us how they are managing themselves in terms of increasing their audience rating, especially in sport-related events, sport-related activities. Because people would say, oh, but you made you invested money, for example, in the FIFA World Cup, and what was the return on investment? Why are you not investing in others? So where are they in terms of in terms of broadcasting rights for sports activities? And on the OTT, the SABC chairperson spoke about how they are not having any adverts. And what I did not understand as I was reading the report, when they say that there are no adverts, so they are planning on putting in adverts. Were there no advert initially on the OTT? is now bringing adverts as a way to boost revenue, a mitigation process, or is it an afterthought, or was it just part of the process? And just please excuse my ignorance, because there was great hype about OTT, and I think the market has received the SABC OTT quite well. But why are we only speaking about putting adverts? It's almost over six months, I speak under correction, in terms of how long this was launched. Load shedding is being cited as a factor for the loss of audience ratings at the SABC. What engagements has the SABC management made with the relevant stakeholders? Because load shedding, Honorable Chairperson, it's something that has really become a pandemic for the country. It is something that is affecting all sectors of our society. So what relevant engagements has the SABC done to exactly speak to their audience rating, which exactly speaks to their revenue generation? And with the OTT, introduction of the OTT, I'm not sure why it has not offset the loss of audience, and I'm cognizant of the fact that it's two audience measures, and I don't see anything really on the report that speaks to the uptake and the subscription of the OTT. But how do you reconcile the two? And I'm not an expert in that, so it's really me being as lay as you could absolutely be. So I really would appreciate being educated on that. You've got Lesedi FM, you've got Ukhozi FM, with high listenership. And of course, we congratulate Metro FM because it remains high in terms of listenership, high in terms of revenue generation for the SABC. What is the difficulty in replicating the Metro FM model? And is it an issue of management? Is it an issue of contracts? Is it an issue of not having the correct presenters in the correct time slot, or people who are popular enough? And you know, all those social media comments about, but Solofelo should not be in this time slot because all she has is 1 million Twitter followers, but she does not really have the voice and the experience for radio. So what is missing that over the years we have heard that Metro FM is succeeding, never mind its management challenges, but you've got Lesedi and Ukhozi with high listenership. Where are they in terms of bringing the revenue? If we are going to hear and have Metro FM as the highest, when in my mind they could also be competing. Chairperson, thank you so much. Let me pause there.
Thank you, Honorable Bolani. I'm not sure if Honorable Mlala has been able to reconnect, but in the meantime, I'll just
yes.
Okay, you're back, Honorable Mlala.
Yes, thanks.
I note you, Honorable Mazon.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Can you please keep my camera off, because we are at stage 6 load shedding here since 8 o'clock. We never had electricity.
Yes, Honorable Mlala, please proceed.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think let me first welcome the report from Mr. Shilembe on behalf of the department and its entities. And maybe I should start with the department. There's just 2 issues I want to raise around the 8 non-achieved programs in the department. The first one is around the digital transformation strategy. Your explanation is that there's a delay in appointment of a service provider. I don't think this should be a good reason. I think you must go back and look for another reason, because it really it cannot be correct that the reason there's money, the project is budgeted for, and then we are unable to appoint the service provider. Either the specifications, what is it that we want? Are there no service providers really? Mr. Shilembe maybe must explain further, elaborate further on this one. I'm just not satisfied with the explanation. And then the other concern is around the ICASA performance management system. Your explanation is that the National Assembly is the one that delayed. I don't agree because not that I'm defending Parliament, but if you recall, this performance management system, we've been making noise about it even during Ms. Stella Ndabe's times. And it was only approved during Nchabe's time, if I recall. So it was not as a result of our delay. Possibly it was a result of the delay of the department. But it's a matter for engagement. But I think, as far as I know, it was not the National Assembly that delayed. And that will be my two comments. And maybe the other one is on audiovisual white paper, not submitted to cabinet. I think all of us possibly are aware that we are nearing the end of our term. If we still hope to submit any document, bill for Parliament, I think it really would not work. But let's hope we are still going to submit it to cabinet. So it means it's for the next term. The assumption is that it will not happen now. And then the second issue is around the post bank. I think my colleague has raised some few issues on the post bank, but I'm really worried about the performance in terms of targets of the post bank. The percentage is quite worrying. Unless if we say, because this is the report of the third term, we are already on the second term of the new financial year, which means between that time and now, it's almost about 6 months, I think. So maybe if you can update us in terms of your projection, because this status really is not acceptable, that we should have somebody having implemented only 14% of his total target. And we're saying this is going to be a state bank. Now, how do you want investors to invest in a bank that performs so poorly about their own targets? Because these are not somebody else's targets. These are targets that you yourself put yourself against. Now, I think Post Bank should pull up their socks, because this is a serious institution. If you're going to be a state bank, I think Honorable Bodlan is right. Part of your responsibility will be to departments and everybody should bank with this bank. Now, how do we bank with people who are performing at 14%, really? So I think you need to pull up your socks, State Bank. SAPO, I think we need just an update, because this report is belated. There were many developments after this report. So the provisional liquidation, if Mr. Shlembe could just brief us about progress in that regard. How far are they? Are they turning around SAPO? The practitioners. So if you could just brief us about that, that would be fine. And then SABC, I think we've been shouting SABC. I'm still not convinced that SABC have utilized the bailout properly, because I think they are worse off now than they were when they did not have a bailout. So I think maybe SABC, with regard to SABC, we might need more time to deal specifically with specific entities, not in the general way, all entities. Maybe have a session with Post Bank, session with SAPO. Well, SAPO, we've been briefed quite a number of times, but post-bank, SABC, I think, Chair, I might recommend that. I know this time is quite short, but I think we need an extensive engagement with SABC, because when they were requesting the bailout, part of their reasoning was that they are going to turn around the SABC. They've been giving us quite good reports, which I have always insisted that they were lying. And now it have been proven right. SABC, and this is a public broadcast that can't go down. We definitely need to have an engagement with them, and they have a new board. Possibly they might say, we're new guys, don't hit us hard, but the reality is the previous one was just a mess, if I can put it lightly. But maybe we need more into an engagement with SABC. And then with regard to Centec, I think Centec, you've been doing well, but seemingly there's a slight decline. Just get your act together. I don't want us to start discussing Centec, but please, you've been doing well. Keep the standard. I don't want it to go down and up, because I know you've just your CEO has just resigned recently, but I think you still have a capable team. CEO was not working alone; there was a team there, so ensure that you keep the standard. And then maybe my last issue will be around SITA. I think SITA, if you could just give us and you're one of the entities that I think in the near future we need to engage one-on-one with SITA, because there was some improvement, some few months, and quite a positive energy from the MD. Now we need feedback. You said 100 days, so you should be able to give us some idea. We're nearing the 100 days now. And so that at least if we have that engagement with SITA, I think I'll find. Maybe the last one would be on ICASA, because the challenge is we're discussing things that have long passed 6 months ago. There's new developments now. We are not even sure whether we should be questioning those things, because possibilities are that by now things are different. But with regard to ICASA, I'm interested in the draft regulations on elections. When are you going to present them to Parliament? And how far are you with the draft regulation? If I can get that response, I think I'm okay. I think those are the key issues, Chair, that I wanted to raise. Thanks very much.
Thank you, the Honorable Mlala. And I recognize Honorable Mazone. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm going to try and keep it a lot shorter for your convenience. But Chair, as I say that, I must say that this committee deals with probably it's the committee that has the most ancillary organizations under its belt. And I do think that we should try and separate how many bodies we deal with in one particular sitting, because today we have an enormous amount of work and we're in a rush to get through things, and I don't think that we should pressurize ourselves as a committee, and I think that we should fully interrogate the organizations that fall under our belt because of the importance, not because we want to grill them or anything like that, because we really want to get down to the nitty-gritty of what is going wrong. And I think we just have to be honest, Chairperson. Things are going very wrong. They are not looking good at all. Chair, while we've been on this particular Zoom, I've had about seven media companies sent me a request for interviews. And I've said to them, please, I'm in committee. I cannot talk to you now. I will get back to you later. But this is what is going to happen. Later on today and tomorrow, news is going to go out about the SABC that the Rugby World Cup is not going to be broadcast on the national broadcaster because it can't afford it. News is going to go out that Seven Delan, which is a South African soap opera that's very famous across all race groups, all language groups, it was supposed to come to its natural ending at the end of October. It's now suddenly come to a halt now, and the production staff and actors have now are not going to receive further payment. So this might sound petty and, insignificant in the greater scheme of things, but it's not. It's an indication of the way things are working. And I very respectfully disagree with my learned colleague who spoke before me. This SABC new board is not new. They've all been around the block before. I've seen many of their faces before. There's a new turnstile door policy, it seems, inside the Department of Communications. We're doing a little bit what the Department of Public Enterprises did. When you make a mistake at one entity, you get moved to the next entity, and then you get moved back, and then you get moved up, and you get moved around. I've seen these faces before, and I mean, I don't mean to harp on the fact, but I've sat in and around this committee since 2011, and we're now in 2023. So not all of these faces are new. I've been to Auckland Park many, many times. I've sat with the board by myself many, many times to discuss things like equitable share during an election campaign, to make sure that parties have equitable share and equitable coverage. I know how things work there. I've seen the studios, and I can tell you that it's a shell of its former self. The Sea Point SABC studios are a shell of their former selves, and many of the journalists and producers and the like are losing their jobs. We also have to remember that we have probably billions of rands worth of equipment in these particular studios. And what's happening to that equipment? Are we going to let it just rot? Are we waiting for another fiscal bailout to come? Because I can tell you this, the government just doesn't have the money anymore. The Treasury's been perfectly open and honest with us about the amount of money it's got left. And it just doesn't have the money. Chair, so the SABC board really does have to ask some fundamental questions to us, because I can tell you now, a World Cup of any sort, be it soccer, be it rugby, in this country of sports lovers, it would be highly unusual and exceptionally what is the correct term I could use? Unfortunate if the public broadcaster couldn't broadcast something that holds such a dear place in the South African people's hearts, because that's what the state broadcaster is about, not just about the news. It's about bringing what's right for South Africa and what's necessary for South Africa to its people. And that in South Africa is very much a sporting issue. Sports unites our nation. We've seen it over and over again. Imagine trying to explain to a young child why they can't see Captain Fantastic, Siya Kolisi on the TV. You can't explain it because it's inexplainable. So the SABC really needs to answer us those particular questions. Then, Chair, we need to talk about the South African Post Office and its employees. Now, day by day, the South African Post Office is just closing post offices. In my constituency, I've got one post office that's still open. And so that serves the greater Mabopane area. The rest of the post offices are closed. So I'd like to know, has the post office spoken to the Department of Social Development? Because I want to know what's going to happen when no post offices are open, because that is what's going to happen. And where SASA recipients are going to go and get their grants from. I want to know how people that have post boxes are actually going to be able to get their post. And then I had a very interesting email from someone who lives in, she's been forced to move to Ireland because she couldn't get a job in South Africa. And her mother's died in South Africa, and they're now dealing with a deceased estate. And they have to work through the South African Post Office because that's the only way the Master of the High Court will accept documents. They won't accept it through a courier service. And the post offices that are near to her or where they had their post box have just been chain shut because the lessors of the areas where the lessors of the areas where the post offices are. Post office doesn't pay the rent, so the lessors are just coming and they're chaining up the area, so you have no access to your post box. So that to me is a massively huge problem, and I think it's one that's being downplayed very nicely. And I know why it's being downplayed. It's being downplayed because the post office has a rule nisi which was granted to it. As I told you, I was in court on the 2nd of June when it happened. So the partial liquidation stands until October, and the business rescue is supposedly underway with the government bailout coming in. But we can see that the rescue attempt is failing, and the government bailout was nowhere near enough, and there's no way that they're going to get any more because the government just doesn't have the money to give them. So we're in a really bad situation, and I think the post office needs to be completely honest with us. Where are we going with this? Also, let's talk about the post office's staff. The post office's staff have paid in good faith for medical aid. Now, I'm getting phone calls from unions and from people who work for the medical aid saying, right, not only are they not receiving their salaries, their medical aids have also now been terminated. So where is that money? Who's responsible for the fiscal payments that need to be made by the post office? Why are post office employees not getting their medical aids? If they've paid in towards their medical aids, that's theft. So, it would be like, imagine you and me, a chairperson, we pay into PARMED and we know how much we pay into PARMED every month. Imagine we pay into PARMED and all of a sudden we go to the doctor and they say, oh, Parliament forgot to pay over your PARMED contribution, so you've got no medical aid. You know what it's like in this country without medical aid. And if people have paid in good faith, certainly they get what they've paid for. Where are their pensions? What's happened to their UIF? Where is all that money? It has to be accounted for. And chairperson, it has to be accounted for before our committee. Because I will tell you this much, and I'm not shy to say it. If we find that this money has gone missing, we walk straight to Cape Town Central Police Station and we lay criminal charges. Because that's how you deal with issues such as this, when people's lives are being adversely affected and they in no way have done anything to deserve the treatment that they are now getting. And it's happened at many companies. It's happened at Transnet, it's happened at Denel, it's happened at Eskom. So this won't be the first state-owned entity where money's disappeared. But we're talking about UIF, pension, medical aid, all contributions. Where are they? What's happened to them? Who's safekeeping them? Are they in a trust account in some attorney's office that we don't know about? And if so, why? So those are answers. They're hard answers, but they're hard answers that we need to get. Okay, then I'd like to talk about I'm not going into ICASA and Centec because then you're really going to have me talking until 3:00 and CETA, with respect. But I have to talk about the Post Bank. Firstly, let's talk about the tagging. Now, I'm well aware that there is a tagging department in Parliament, and the tagging department tags the bill. Is this bill correctly tagged? And Chairperson, I think as a committee, we have to ask this question, because I don't believe that this bill has been correctly tagged. So I think that's a job for our researchers and perhaps you as Chairperson, is to speak to the tagging department and find out whether this bill has been correctly tagged, because I certainly think it has not. Then in terms of public hearings, we know what a palaver it's been. There's no other word for it. It's a complete mix up. This particular term is exceptionally short. Sometimes it's on, sometimes it's off. You yourself aren't sure if public hearings are a necessity or a courtesy. Either way, I mean, we have lives to plan. We have work that we have to do in our constituencies. We all know that we fly up and down. Everyone thinks it's very glamorous being an MP. They don't know how much time we spend sitting in airports and going around the country. So it's very difficult to plan for something that could happen or could not happen. So I think we need to fully ventilate what's happening in that particular situation. And then, Chairperson, I'm hearing what people are saying that the government institution should use the Post Bank as their bank. Can I say, without a shadow of doubt, and I mean, no disrespect to the people who are trying to turn the Post Bank around, but probably my second biggest fear after load shedding is any entity doing business with the Post Bank. Because to think that a government institution would start using the Post Bank as their financial entity in which to pay out their salaries and to pay for their utilities, etc. At this stage, with the state the Post Bank is in, I can think of nothing worse. And I would be the first MP to put up my hand and to stand up in Parliament and explain in graphic detail why it would be such a bad idea. I think that until such time as the Post Bank proves its worth, you don't ever put the predicament or the possibility of failure on any government department, because I think our government departments failed just well enough themselves. They don't need a further element to add failure to their institutions. And I dread to think of anyone not receiving their salaries or anything like that because a system at the Post Bank has failed. So I'm sorry, but I believe that you gain trust by showing that you are capable, and I don't see the capability yet at the Post Bank. So it worries me tremendously. So, Chair, let me leave it there for now. As I said, I could talk for another 2 hours, but I know we're on a tight schedule. But Chair, we are in a desperate situation, and I think as the committee, we have a responsibility to make sure that these entities come in and meet with us one by one, so that we have a chance to fully interrogate one by one. Because a 15-minute presentation, as my colleague Honourable Budlani said, sometimes you get the documents, you don't know if you got the documents, you get the document the night before, some entities send it 2 weeks before. That's just not how we play. That's just not how we play ball in our committee. We're too organized. And Chairperson, I'm very pleased to say we're very organized because you're a very organized Chairperson. So it's certainly no fault of yours. But you're not in charge of when an entity sends a document to you. So it's not fair to you who organizes these meetings and sets them down correctly. So I must just raise my displeasure at the fact that we are forced to meet these entities all in one go. I think that we need to have them met separately. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Matsone. If there are no further questions from members, as I ask Honourable Matsone to lower her hand unless he wanted to come back.
Lowering my hand, terribly sorry.
All right, thank you. So I didn't want to leave you behind on any matter I wanted to raise. But I would want the responses, but just to clear that in the first instance when Honorable Bodlani was engaging, she would have used the post office and post bank interchangeably. So there's clarity that was given that the first questions were in relation to the post bank, and I take it that the post bank has noted that part, and the ones that belong to the post office would be dealt with as such. So the issue about ATMs and all that would be matters for the post bank. So that there's clarity there. And of course, other matters I may want to deal with them as I get to make the summary of the ends, honorable members, because you have also made proposals, which I think do affect our programming, and we may need to deal with that so as to do justice to engagements with entities. So I've noted those. But let me give first an opportunity to the department and the entities. I'm not sure the department whether you'd want to start with yourselves, or you give the entities first and make the summary as a way of closing gaps, given your frequent engagements you have as the entity oversight with entities. But it's over to you now to respond to the points made by members.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the honorable members for all the questions and comments on our presentation. Chairperson, I'm going to propose that we start off with our entities responding to the issues, and maybe if we can start off with the Post Bank, followed by CETA and the SABC in that order, Chair. Maybe SAPO will follow after the SABC in that order, Chairperson. Post Bank, CETA, SABC, and SAPO in that order. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. I think the chair will respond. It's Nikki from Post Bank. Chair.
Thank you, Nikki. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members. My name is Tabile Wonu. I will go through the responses to the questions specific to the bank. And of course, as we have heard, with me, I've got Miss Nikki Mbengashe, the CEO of the bank. When I'm done, I'll therefore allow her to come in and close on few questions I might have left out. The first question, Chairperson, is around the departments banking with the bank, etc. The answer, Chair, to this response, I will make a reference to the strategy that was published, the post-bank strategy that was published by Parliament early in the year, that touches on the main on three layers that the post-bank is looking at. Number one, it's personal and community banking. Number two, it's SMME banking. And then the third one is public sector banking. That's where really all other governments, fall under. And perhaps, Chair, to also make mention of the fact that typically those are the layers that any banks are looking at, the customer segmentation that any banks are looking at. And really, given the fact that we're building a bank, we're therefore no different into the market that we are running after, or we're chasing, or would like to bank, putting it properly. So that's our strategy, Chair. And presently, of course, as we have said in the committee previously, that the key project, of course, that we are still busy working on is our IT infrastructure to decouple it away from SAPO, so that we can have an infrastructure that's befitting that of a bank, which of course will then serve as the base for us to build from. So many initiatives. What do I mean by those initiatives? Which initiatives are those? Mainly the revenue initiatives. If you are talking about the ATMs, you are talking about the POS, the point of sales. You are talking about any branches. If we have to have branches, which we will, you need, of course, an IT platform and an IT infrastructure that will support those initiatives. That's why we don't see much revenue growing or additional revenue over and above what we're booking, purely because we are still finalizing, or we are finalizing our IT platforms, so that then we can be in a position, a better position, to add new revenue lines. Suffice to say, Chair, that on a year-on-year basis, our revenue is pretty net flat. Is pretty net flat. If I've got my numbers correctly, we've gone up by 6% year-on-year on a year-on-year basis. So the top line is there, but of course, there's not much revenue coming, purely because we are still finalizing our IT infrastructure that will then use to add more products. And then the other question, Chair, was around the security costs, as well as the substantive question was, what do we need the private security for? It's not necessarily private security, Chair. The honorable members will be aware that the SASSA contract was ceded over to the Post Bank from SAPO towards the end of last year, which then meant that the Post Bank is responsible for the delivery of, the grants, the payment of grants end to end. And part of that, Chairperson, includes or involves making sure that there's money across all CPPs, in other words, across all cash pay points in Doja, where we distribute, from, right? Because we distribute the grants via, the post offices that we call the over-the-counter OTCs, as well as the CPPs. Chair, that process is costing a lot of money. That's one, because it's cash. You deliver cash. Cash has got to be handled in a specific way. Cash has got to be insured or secured. And of course, when you get to any CPP or OTC, there's a security involved. So really, that's where we've picked up additional P&L or costs, from that SASSA contract. So that's what you will see on the security cost, that it's the delivery of cash, not private security. So that's that. And number two, of course, you will note that given the where the SAPO is, by virtue of that, the Post Bank is responsible for the SASSA contract, that we've got then to procure security to man the points where monies are being dispersed or delivered, to make sure that the security around where our grandmas access, their grants. So these are all the costs that are associated with the delivery of the SASSA contract, or the social grants. So that's to answer that question, Chair. And then the other thing, Chair, in line, of course, with the work that we do, we've got to engage the public a lot. Number one, where, for instance, the post offices are closed, we have the responsibility of running marketing campaigns to engage the public, to share with the public as to where they can, access their grants. So that's where some of our marketing spend goes. And of course, we do have the stats, which in an event that we come back to account on many other, activities that we run within the bank, we can always share, the stats, the reach of our marketing campaigns. What do we spend the money for? The return on investment. In some instances, in all honesty, it's sunk costs. It's costs that you've got to spend where there's no return, because you need to advise the public, you need to engage the beneficiaries. So we can expand further on that, Chair. And then, Chair, I also welcome the view that says that, which I will implore my CEO on the projections on Q1 and Q2, targets as well as performance as to where we are presently. I'll stop there, Chair, for now. And at this point, I'll ask Ms. Mbangashe to come in. Nikki? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, and morning, everyone. As the Chair said, and morning, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. So currently the focus on the bank is really dealing with the variation notice matters. I think it is well known that currently we have the variation notice from the sub with the deadline that's pending. So we are focusing on that, but I think in parallel to that, the work that we're doing is 70% of IT that is even required for the variation notice. And that work is probably, if I were to put a percentage to it, we're probably 60-70% in completion. I'm fairly confident that by the end of this financial year, we would have ensured that we've got a compliant IT environment, because it was big projects that we had to do. I think even calling it IT modernization might be a bit misleading. I think for me, it's really what we're doing currently is putting up a new bank altogether. We really are starting a new bank since the move from SAPO. So we've created new systems, new lines, new switches, new connections to retailers. So the work is going pretty well. I think the second question related to an extent in terms of, so what happens because the SAPO branches across some are closing? Absolutely, I think it's something that we're very well aware of. As a result, we are trying other channels, which we are gradually starting to apply. For instance, we've got a lot of retailers where SASSA customers can go and withdraw their money across South Africa, and different retailers from a Boxer, Pick n Pay, Checkers. So we've got a variety of those. But we're also still we're keeping an eye on the SAPO branches, because some of them are still open, so we're still using them. Yes, barring that it's only 6% of our customers that are actually using SAPO branches. So that's also something at least that gives us comfort in terms of the 5 million, just over 5 million customers, customers, only 6% of them are actually using the SAPO branches. So we also are trying to improve on the cash pay points, which is what the Chair was referring to, which is really the areas where, in remote areas where there is no SAPO, where there is no retailer that we can use, then we create a temporary capability where people can come and withdraw their cash. So we're working very closely to refine that strategy to ensure that those areas are almost a model to create in terms for us, in terms of what the future branches for Postbank will be. So that was the second question. I'm not sure if there's any question for us that I'm leaving. Happy to answer, but I think the Chair answered most of them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you then, Chair, for that. I will then answer the SETA-related questions. If acting DG, that's fine with you?
Yes, you may proceed, Mr. Casey.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. Your questions are indeed noted and they are valid, but perhaps we'll give you a brief response to that. So one, yes, apologies for the chair of the Reconfigure board and the MD who are unfortunately out of the country. But I guess the committee would know that the minister had then reconfigured the board of SETA about a month ago. And some of us are now have then been asked to sit and assist in the board. You will then recall when I came in at SETA in 2020 January, when the organization was at least performing at 25% loss making. And we were able to leave the organization last year, at least performing above 80% and with good revenues that it has. So we want to go back and implement some of those things. So practically, part of what the reconfigured board has agreed on in the last 3 weeks is that one, we will give you an update on the MD's 100 days, which will now be 6 months performance by the end of this month. So we'll give the committee a view of how the MD has performed, but also what is the strategic position of the reconfigured board. But I'll get into basics. So one of those is within the next 3 months, we'll then ensure that there is stability within the leadership and management. So all of the executive positions that are currently vacant, which there are 5 of them, we want to ensure that they are all filled within the next 3 months. We are also concerned that even in the layer below executive, you still then have a lot more new vacancies within the HOD space. So that worries us. Within a 2.5-year period, when you had stability within leadership, you are now back to square one. So we need to review that, improve the culture within the organization so that changes at top don't necessarily mean that the whole executives and the layer below that changes all the time. That just is not good for the organization and for the sustainability of the organization going forward. So we'll be having honest engagements around that. How do you create a stable leadership culture within the organization so that you stop changing management and leadership all the time? So we'll be focused on that with the board. But also we'll be focused on practical things, service delivery, not new strategies and new plans. So our focus within the next 100 days with the board is what are the tactics that are required to ensure that SETA delivers on its basic, simple job that is not difficult for it to do, not on new strategies. And we'll be then working with management to ensure that we get basic monthly reports based on delivering that which SETA has set itself on its APP. And we have reviewed that. We have reviewed the areas where they have not performed. So there are practical, clear proposals on what is it that SETA needs to do to get things back on scratch. And we believe that within the next 3 months, SETA should still be able to deliver as it has done before. And one is comfortable that it is not just only myself, but some of the new reconfigured board members have a practical SETA and a government experience. So it's not people to come in and learn, but it's people to come in and get things done. But there will be a key focus on one area which we call improved governance. So SETA used to have your client quarterly sessions with all your top 10 clients, basic things. We provide services to clients, which is government departments that then provide services to the citizens. So part of what will be a must back to management is that these governance sessions, client service delivery related governance processes must go back with all our top 10 clients. Meaning I can't provide services to you, Home Affairs, and I don't meet with you. I don't sit with you every month, every quarter. The MD sits with the DG to say, these are the services I'm providing to you. This is how I've performed. This is how I've left on my performance. This is what I require from you in order to move the tender process that I'm doing for you, or fix the network that I'm doing for you, or any of these other processes that we do with them. So we'll get back to those basics, things we have done in the past that they have worked. So to enforce that, there are your client governance quarterly sessions with all SETA's 10 key clients that account for 90% of its revenue, which are things that must happen with immediate effect. We will also be adding specialized skills especially within your audit and risk. You would have seen in the report by the acting DG that in terms of continuing audit matters, we still have almost 40% of matters that are not resolved. We're happy with the technical skills that we have. Within the next 2 months, we will also be upskilling that committee by adding experts that have more technical financial management skills in our governance committee, in our ARC governance committee, to ensure that these basic things that we seem not to be resolving about technical finance matters are resolved. At least you also have a board that is as skilled and more skilled than management, so that we can hold management accountable to do that which they need to do, but also to strategically advise management on what is it that they need to do. That's part of the plan, something we want to ensure we do within the next 2 months. The interministerial committee, also that will be made of about 6 ministers. Minister has now reconstituted that. And where is critically important for SETA, so you will see on thought leadership areas, on digital infrastructure areas that talk about modernizing government. SETA has not delivered on that. And the answer that SETA has is clients have reprioritized that which they want to do. Whether is it legacy system modernization, whether is it core public-facing services that needs to be modernized, you now have clients that are reprioritizing things, which simply means SETA is planning in a vacuum without sitting with clients, without agreeing with clients that home affairs, social development, this is what I want to do for you in the next financial year. Can we agree on these modernizations that we'll do for you, but also can we monitor the process? So that interministerial committee will also be assisting us on that. It will also be reporting to cabinet on quarterly basis to ensure there is coordination in that which SETA plans to do, so that we then don't have what you read in current SETA's Q4 report of clients that have reprioritized on their commitments. But we can get things properly managed, and the interministerial committee that we will also account to will also be assisting in that modernization. But there is a commitment from the reconfigured board that we will get things back to the basics, and management will be providing us these monthly reports. And there is, with what we have seen in the last 3 weeks, we have confidence that we should be able to get SETA back to what it used to have. So I will leave it there, Chair. But we welcome the session that Honorable Mulala and Honorable Bodlani are asking for a more direct engagement with us when we can share everything in detail. I think we will appreciate that, and we will indeed share more information with the committee just to manage the time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sita. I see is it the board chair of Centec, Sudao. And unless it's on my side, but I can't hear anything.
No, we can hear Chair as well.
Okay, maybe we must, whilst sorting out, get any other response. Sapo, do you want to respond on any matter now? Trying to manage the time.
Thank you, Chair. The DDG will take the Sapo questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I guess ours is really to update on the business rescue process currently underway at the post office. As members of the committee and the chairperson would know, SAPO was placed under provisional liquidation in February this year, which provisional liquidation was turned into a business rescue after the application of the minister to put SAPO under business rescue. That was on the 10th of July 2023. By law, chairperson, and members, the business rescue practitioners, which had already been nominated and were appointed or confirmed by the court as the business rescue practitioners for SAPO, were then seized with the responsibility of making sure that the creditors meeting takes place within the next 10 days of their appointment. Accordingly, that meeting took place on the 24th of July this year, whereby the creditors voted in favor of the business rescue practitioners and therefore confirmed their status as the business rescue practitioners. We are monitoring then the developments with the business rescue practitioners, and we have lately received a report to the shareholder from the business rescue practitioners, which was last week, and we are then in the process of analyzing that report, Chairperson, which will then put us in a position to brief not only the minister, but also in a position to brief the committee as well as to how much work has been done with respect to the business rescue process. I think Honorable Mazon was raising the issue about the medical aid liability of the post office. When the business or when post office was put under business rescue, all the historical debts of the post office were ring-fenced, and the moratorium was then put in place in the sense that they could not be enforced. However, the business rescue practitioners have been in consultation with all the creditors of the post office, at least to make sure that the current payments to those creditors are honored such that the services continue to be provided to the members, for instance, of the medical aid. So the report that we have received will talk to some degree about the progress and the update of the discussions with the medical aids on the reinstallment of those medical aids, because some of them had been suspended. So they needed to be reinstated, and the business rescue practitioners at least undertaking to honor the current cost component of the debts. And we believe that that has been agreed, but we will check the report if that is indeed the case. With respect to the closure of the branches indeed have been closed or forced closed by the landlords, which have locked the premises because the post office was not in a position to pay for those. And we understand again that the business rescue practitioners are engaging with the landlords and other creditors, as a way of allowing the post office to continue to operate, with some arrangement being made on how the historical debt will be settled. Ordinarily, and in terms of the law, the historical debt will be settled in terms of the business rescue plan, which is supposed to be published by the business rescue public practitioners by the end of November this year, for which then the creditors will have to vote, and then those historical debts will be settled. But branches where they are considered to be strategic to the post office in terms of revenue generation and the operations of the post office, those are being negotiated with the landlords to open them so that the post office can continue to operate in those branches. So that is the update, Chairperson, with respect to the business rescue process of the post office. Thank you very much. I will then invite the SABC Chairperson to quickly come in.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, through you.
Yes, proceed, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I'll take the questions that have been directed to the SABC, and then I will leave some that I believe management may be better placed to assist the committee with to the acting CEO, CFO, and COO who are on the platform. But I think it's critical, Chair and honorable members, for me to just set the context for the responses that I will give. And I think it's important to just reflect on where the SABC is. And maybe at this point, I will attend to one comment by Honorable Mazon about the newness of the board. Suffice to say that our attitude and approach as this board collective is that we accepted the job and we take the good and the bad that we're inheriting in the SABC. So we are taking the responsibility from a foot stewards point of view. So we are not going to raise the newness to the committee. We will acknowledge the challenges that we are faced with, and we will then indicate our own interventions in trying to reset the course that the public broadcaster is in, but at the same time also invite this honorable committee to assist us in the collective effort to achieve the stability and the long-term sustainability of the public broadcaster. So just a quick reflection, this board is inheriting an institution which is reporting, or which has reported, a loss of 1.1 billion as at the end of March 2023. And it's worth noting that if one looks at the recent past, the SABC has been on a recovery trajectory. You would recall that when our predecessor board inherited the SABC, it was more or less where it is now from a financial point of view, a billion rand loss or so. And over the years, the last 5 years, that loss was beginning to decline, or there seems to be progress towards reducing that loss, to the extent that as at the end of 2022 or 2021-2022, the loss would have been reduced to about 200 million. And the projections for the 2022-2023 financial year were that the SABC will be breaking even with some marginal profit being reported. Unfortunately, despite the interventions of our predecessor board and the bailout that has been mentioned here in this meeting, that progress that has been made in reducing the losses came to no fruits as the end of 2023 with this 1.1 billion that we are reporting. But there are certain contributing factors that can't be ignored, that I think in our collective effort to address the challenges that the SABC is faced with, we have to take into account. The DDG mentioned this in the presentation, the question of the load shedding, which affect the audiences of the SABC, and therefore the advertising revenues that goes hand in hand with that. The implication of the ASO on the audiences of the SABC, but also the tough competition that is there largely on the video entertainment side of things, with a subscription video on demand companies, multinational companies entering the space with limited or no regulation at all. That is making the competitive space very, very difficult for the public broadcaster. All these, Chair and honorable members, in a context where the funding model or the current funding model of the SABC is simply not working, and it's not workable for the future. The public broadcaster is dealing with an unfunded public service mandate, which is costed to the tune of 2.1 to 2.4 billion per annum. Whereas the contribution from the fiscus is very limited, only equating to about 3% of the revenue base of the SABC. And this is coupled, Chair and honorable members, with a high TV license evasion rate, by South Africans, which is somewhere on the upwards of 87%. This chair, I'm setting as a context to say where the SABC is, its current funding model, and the challenges that it is faced with, explains in a way the lost position where the SABC is, but at the same time, it also set the scene for what interventions are required to make the SABC work in the long run. In this regard, Chair, as I've indicated, as this board collective, we have accepted the SABC challenges as they are, and we have implemented certain interventions that are aimed at repositioning and redirecting the direction of the SABC to one of a sustainable organization. One is that we have introduced a short-term intervention strategy to deal with the short to medium-term financial survival of the SABC. This strategy aims to firstly defend the revenue base that we currently have so that we limit the erosion of that revenue base. Secondly, that strategy looks at addressing revenue growth on what we consider to be certain quick wins based on what we believe to be certain competitive advantages that we have as the SABC in comparison to our competitors. And lastly, Chair, that strategy also adopts a cost containment or a cost deferral strategy, which we must state on the outset that we don't believe it to be a sustainable strategy because we are starving expenditure programs that are critical to the continued survival of the SABC. So these are short-term interventions. From a point of view of a long-term intervention point of view, we are already, as the board, in a process of a strategy development, a long-term strategy development, which will also address the question of the turnaround of the SABC in order to address this financial sustainability question. But I spoke about the collective effort that is required to assist the SABC. One is that it is critical for the SABC bill to be processed by Parliament so that we can address the question of the funding model of the SABC to one that is sustainable. At the current moment, the ailing revenues that we are making from the commercial side of the business are used to cross-subsidize the public service mandate, and as I've indicated, that is not sustainable, and the lost position proves the unsustainability of this current funding model. So having said that, Chair, I would then want to maybe just deal quickly with some of the specific questions and comments that have come through from the honorable members. Maybe let me start from the bottom, Honorable Mazoni. The first being the question of the inability of the SABC to broadcast the Rugby World Cup, and this issue was also raised by Honorable Bodlani as well. In the context that I've painted, the SABC is in a situation where now, as a short-term intervention, we're even deferring certain critical expenditure programs that are critical to keep the SABC on air. So in that context, we are trying the best that we can to find means and ways to honor, or at least to be able to pay for what we believe to be excessive pricing rights that we are getting from those who are holding the sports rights as it were. Which brings me to another critical aspect that says that the SABC, whilst it is expected to broadcast the sports of national interest, the current developments are such that those sports of national interest are not protected for the SABC to be able to deliver them to the public. In this instance, the situation that we find ourselves in is where a private broadcaster would have bought all these rights, and we must now go and compete, or at least try to negotiate pricing with this broadcaster, who in their own right are defending their commercial interests because it works for them if the SABC is not able to broadcast these sports, because then it forces the citizens to go and then subscribe with them so that they can be able to access this. So this landscape is not working. There is a case that we inherited as this board, which is in the Competitions Commission, which has been there for many months, as we understand it. So those type of matters needs to be quickly addressed and attended to, so that the broadcaster is supported to be able to deliver on its constitutional and legislative mandates. So I do want to say that we have not necessarily given up on the engagements with a multi-choice insofar as the broadcast of the World Cup of the Rugby is concerned. We continue to engage. We're looking at alternatives that can enable us as the SABC to broadcast this rugby without entering the reckless trading environment where we take these rights at excessive price and we can't monetize them, and we end up in a far worse loss position than we are in now, and also risk the ability of the SABC to be on air or even to be able to pay its staff members. So that is insofar as the question of the rugby is concerned. I'll leave the question around the 7de Laan to management to deal with it, and also the issue around the regional studios and so forth. I think management can detail on it, but suffice to say that the financial position of the SABC makes it difficult for it to be able to just sustain its infrastructure to the level that it should be at. Then I'll move to Honorable Malala and say that I think the question of the utilization of the bailout funds by the SABC, it's one area which I think we can present in detail as we have received the reports on how our predecessor board have utilized those funds. I think we can present it in the proposed engagement one-on-one that Honorable Malala has suggested, and also Honorable Mazoni has suggested. So I think we can deal with that question there. But suffice to say that as this board, we are ready and available to engage with this committee as and when we are called for. And then going to Honorable Bodlan, I think the issue of the broadcast of sports, I've dealt with it. The question of the OTT platform and its inability to counter or at least set off the losses that the SABC has suffered in this reporting. I would leave it to the acting CEO to speak to it. Suffice to say that there had been some blockages that we had found as this board when we came into office. We have assisted management to unlock that so that we can be able to monetize that OTT platform. So we think that in the next couple of months, we should be able to start seeing revenue flows that are coming from that particular area. And then the question of the difficulty of replicating the successful revenue model of Metro FM to other radio stations. I think management can speak a little bit to it, but just to indicate and to take this or to give some assurance to this August committee is that part of the strategic conversations that this board is having is also very focused and targeted at the sales capacity and capability of the sales team at the SABC in relation to its ability to sell the assets that we have, including the radio stations that we have. And they were also imploring or other alternative models, which include third-party involvement in assisting us to be able to sell the unsold inventories in our various platforms as it were. And then I think the question of load shedding, I've already highlighted it as one of the fundamental issues. So in terms of engagements with stakeholders, maybe in particular the viewership and the listenership, I'll leave it to management. Suffice to say, the impact of load shedding on the SABC is broadly from a perspective that when load shedding happens in a particular area, those people are not able to view the programs of the SABC as it were, which therefore means that we can't then recognize the revenue that comes with the showing of those particular programs that we are running at that particular point in time. And of course, because we can't necessarily be exempted, because being exempted will mean that there's no load shedding. That is just one thing that we need to contend with and find ways around it to then say, how do we, complement or supplement other revenue streams that can assist us to plug the gap that arises out of load shedding, whilst the government is still, grappling with fully addressing the question of load shedding, as it were. And I think I'll leave the last question around the demographics of who pay the TV licenses and the engagements that we have with these critical stakeholders to management as well. So I think I might have covered all the issues that I think from a board perspective we can tackle and engage. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I'll then hand over to the management team as led by the acting GCO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to the chairperson of the committee. Good afternoon to members and my colleagues on the platform. My name is Nada Wachela, and I'm the acting GCO for the SABC. I will quickly go through some of the questions in a bit of detail that Chair was not able to give detailed answers to. I think I need to thank you, Chair, for that good preamble there and for setting the scene to this presentation. I will start with the questions and comments that were made by Honorable Bodlani, and start with the TV license comment. Which I agree with, very much, that, the actual heroes of our country are the people that are paying their TV license. Unfortunately, it is not so for the majority of South Africans who are not paying. And you are quite right. If we had everyone paying, every business that is making use of our services, including governments and municipalities that owe SABC millions of rands, we would be talking a different story. And then you also mentioned the OTT platform. We were equally excited when we launched this platform, with the hope that it will help to support the efforts that the men and women of the SABC are making, to keep our linear platforms afloat. It has made a bit of a difference. However, the performance is not quite what we had expected. Maybe you read in the papers that this platform was not built specifically for the SABC. It is a platform that we acquired from a third party because, the process to acquire our own OTT platform was taking too long. So we entered into an agreement, but as it's a platform that we've had to perfect as we go along. For instance, the functionality for placing adverts has been an issue, and we've had to acquire this service from an external service provider. There've been some issues there in terms of the contract and other technicalities, which COO will address later on as we deal with all the questions and concerns from the committee members. You're mentioning, for example, offsetting of audiences by our OTT platform. I would like to say around this that the core business of the SABC is on the linear platforms. Whether we have an OTT platform or not, we remain a broadcaster. And so our efforts would be invested in creating quality programming for our radio and television platforms, and then bring in the digital platforms to support and augment what we are doing. And like I said, the OTT platform hasn't grown to the levels that we had anticipated. One of the issues is the cost of data in South Africa. So a lot of the audiences that we're targeting cannot afford to just rely on the OTT platform to watch the programs.
Do you need a plug? You need a plug?
Mr. Mlamli boy, please mute. We acknowledge your presence on the platform. Please mute.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So the issue of the OTT platform will be addressed in detail by COO. Moving on to radio, and I won't take long on this one because Chair has also tried to address this one. You have commended Honorable Bodlani the performance of Metro FM and saying, why is this not replicated by other radio stations of the SABC? The radio portfolio is, one of the things we pride ourselves with as the SABC. It is our pride and joy. We have, for example, our top 5 radio stations that are African language radio stations. They are public radio stations, unlike Metro FM, which is a commercial radio station. But these stations, their performance, it supersedes similar radio stations or even stations in the commercial space. Your stations like Umhlobo Wenene, Lesedi FM, Motsweding, Thobela, and of course the pack is led by Ukhozi FM, which is delivering good revenues to the SABC despite the onerous public mandate. So yes, the example of Metro FM is being replicated to an extent by our other radio stations, but they cannot all be Metro FM. They cannot all fit in the mold of commercial broadcasting because they have a public mandate that they still have to discharge. But these are stations that are keeping, the lights on at the SABC because they remain quite successful in terms of revenue and in terms of audiences. And Chair has alluded to the fact that this is one of the plans that we have as the SABC to use these radio stations to turn around the SABC because they do deliver something unique to the SABC that we can take to our clients out there. And they also help, to keep the reputation of the SABC intact in that they are quite great in delivering on the public mandate. And the question and concern by Honorable Mulala about the utilization of bailout funds will be tackled by CFO, but I want to emphasize that it is really not true and disheartening, when we come across, statements that imply that the SABC, did not use the bailout funds for what they were intended for, but CFO will detail how the SABC has used the bailout funds. Honorable Mazzoni raised a concern about the independent producers that the SABC is not able to pay and some of the productions that are affected. And coming to the 7 de Laan specific example, it is really not true that 7 de Laan is coming to an abrupt halt. We released a statement on the 17th of July where we detailed the reasons why 7 de Laan is going to be wrapped up by the end of the year. We have not changed that statement. We have not changed anything in terms of our agreement with the producers of 7 de Laan. I think what has happened is one publication that decided to rehash an old story and distribute it, and we had other publications also latching into that story. But the press release of the 17th of July, it had the full story and nothing has changed. So 7 de Laan is going to continue and stop production and flighting as per what the SABC has agreed to with the producers of 7 de Laan. And the SABC has really been keeping producers informed about its financial state, and payment terms continue to be put in place. Hence the weekend reports about a specific meeting which was leaked, unfortunately, where the SABC was talking to the top 5 producers. That was not an isolated meeting. It is part of regular meetings that we are having with the independent producers as they, especially, the top 5 or 6 programs that are on SABC television right now, because these are the productions that are really keeping the lights on at SABC. And therefore, we take them to confidence whenever we are having difficulties paying them, and we agree on terms. So they know exactly where we are, and they know exactly what to expect and when from the SABC. So we are really doing our best to make sure that there is no blackout on our screens. The issue of rugby rights has been addressed by Chair, but maybe Ian, when he comes in, he will also touch on it. Okay, lastly, I would like to emphasize that the SABC is on air in various regions. There is no equipment, there are no studios that are being left to rot. If you follow the distribution of assets of the SABC in the regions, the anchors of the business of SABC are radio stations. If you go to Cape Town, there's a radio station there, Kurob FM, and there are satellite offices of SAFM, of RSG, and Umhlobo Wenene. So everything that happens in that building is in support of these stations that broadcast from those regions. So that office, and there's also newsrooms in all of these offices. So those newsrooms are 100% in operation. The radio stations are 100% in operation. There are no white elephants in our region. So we are on air as the SABC because of the work that is going on in these various regions. So at this point, Chair, I would like to hand over to COO just to tell us briefly about the OTT, the progress on the OTT platform, and also maybe emphasize or add to what Chair has reported on the issue of rugby rights. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and honourable members.
May I just come in at this point? COO, if you can keep it brief, and I want to make a ruling that after yourself, because we'll still have to develop a way forward, and what comes out clear is that as part of that way forward, we would need to get the SABC on a proper engagement. So we'll come to that. So I'm just saying we shouldn't try and get everyone to be speaking on the matters when the high-level response would have touched most of the issues, so that then the next entity is also able to respond, and that we can still get to the next presentation, which is also equally important on regulations as we get to the elections from ICASA. So, CEO, if you can make it quite brief, straight to the point, and we'll get Centec to come in.
Thanks, Chair. I certainly will do that. In terms of the OTT, we took the OTT over from Telkom. Telkom was a subscription-based platform, and we had to redevelop it for an advertising base. However, what we then did was to change strategy. We cannot compete with our competitors for launching new channels, which they did to mitigate the impact of load shedding. And we actually used the OTT platform for that. So we're not charging our customers for the ads that's placed on there. It's a value-added service in terms of what we provide to them. In terms of Sevendalan, there was a temporary suspension yesterday where they stopped broadcasting. However, we are in discussions with them to continue, and we will conclude on the contract as currently is in place. In terms of the equipment of the studios, that is a priority for us, and we are upgrading that as we speak. That's still one of the projects.
Chair?
I'm back. I've lost.
Put extremely restrictive conditions on top of those rights. For example, we have our own school.
Yes, hello.
We also lost Ms. the speaker when you did, so we missed quite a lot of what he had to say.
Okay, and for me, I've lost it at the time of selling the land and the contract.
Yes, that's where we lost him, Chair.
So I thought it's only me
Apologies.
because I've been struggling to hear anything enough.
Apologies, Chair. I'm also battling with load shedding, so the network is irregular. So I'll just do the other one that you missed out would have been on the Rugby World Cup. 14 months ago, we lodged a complaint against SuperSport with the Competitions Commission. So what SuperSport does is they acquire free-to-air rights, which they cannot utilize, and sometimes even radio rights, and they don't have any radio stations. And the objective is to block the SABC from getting those rights. And even if they are prepared to give up those rights, it's with very restrictive conditions. So if you look at the World Cup Rugby, for example, you can't take it live. 12 of our last Springbok games that we did, we had to do delayed broadcast. That's after the whistle. That's just unacceptable. Even if we get it, they block our own sport channel from broadcasting that. You can just imagine having a sport channel that you cannot broadcast sport on. That's just insane. Even if we surpass all of those conditions, they would block our OTT and they would delay the negotiations up until the last minute, like we are doing now, so that it prevents the SABC from monetizing the rights that we are going to be acquiring. Once we get the Rugby World Cup rights, it is still impossible for us to monetize it because they've already locked up all the sponsorship revenue around that. Hence, we took this matter to the Competitions Commission. That's 14 months ago already, and the matter has been recently delayed till next year. We had hoped that this would have been wrapped up for the Rugby World Cup, and in 2 months' time, we've got the Cricket World Cup as well. We're going to be going through the same challenges. Unfortunately, that matter is not going to be resolved by Competitions Commission beforehand, and we're going to have to find other means of resolving that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Acting. Thank you, COO, the Acting GCO and the Board Chair for the responses from SABC. Like I said, I've now give Centec the chair of the board. I hope you are now back.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And apologies for the glitch earlier. I wanted to firstly appreciate the comments, which were very encouraging from Honorable Malala. And I deemed it necessary that I also make a slight correction regarding the CEO. As we previously reported, the CEO has not resigned. In fact, he is finishing off his second term. And I think the track record that was also made reference to over the past 8 years, which is quite commendable, speaks of the good work that he has done. So I just thought I must just make that one correction, Chair, on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Centec, Board Chair. I take it that we are done with the entities, the department, if there are gaps you'd want to deal with. This is an opportunity to do so. And I think even on matters that members may have not gone in, you may want to clarify, especially where the non-achievement has a direct impact on what you seek to transform in society. For example, if it is about the cost to communicate, and we do nothing quarter to quarter, where we are in terms of the financial year, whether we'll see a change in that regard when we receive the other quarterly reports. I think that gets to be important. Members who attended the symposium, whether virtually or physically, would remember that the part about the audiovisual and audio content services white paper was raised as an important issue of intervention in the digital media side of things, in terms of also just the control from a point of misinformation, disinformation, and content moderation, something that worries us as we get to the elections in 2024. So again, if that is possible for some time, quarter to quarter, we should get a sense of this matter being addressed. So as you respond, please do talk to those. Unfortunately, in the bills, it's unless, as I said initially, I had gadget problems the ICT was assisting me on whilst the meeting was on. I couldn't pick up the SABC bill, which also the SABC has raised as an important intervention legislatively to deal with a number of issues, including sustainability of the SABC going forward. So as you respond, if you can also close those gaps so that we know what we do next time we call the entities that we'll be calling as part of our summary. Mr. Shalembe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you again for the comments and questions from the honorable members. I think the issues relating to the department were confined mostly to the input of Honorable Mulala. The first issue was that relating to the digital transformation strategy, whereby our workflow document management was delayed due to the delayed appointment of the service provider. The explanation there really, Chairperson, is that through the tender process, the bids that were received were higher than the budgeted amount, and therefore the appointment of the service provider could not be achieved, which is what raised the issue then of non-compliance or non-achievement of the target relating to the workflow document management. And then the issue relating to the ICASA performance management system. If I may just give the background there, Chairperson. If we go back to the process of getting it approved by the National Assembly, it was first submitted into the National Assembly in, I think, in August 2021 for the financial year 21-2022. And it took time for it to go through the committee, where we made several presentations in the committee. It was only until March this year that the National Assembly wrote back to the minister advising of the approval of the performance management system of ICASA. Meanwhile, as a department, we had anticipated an earlier approval and therefore had put several targets which were dependent on that approval in the APP of the department. So when that approval did not come on time, those targets which were dependent on that approval could not be achieved, and therefore the implementation was not done as planned. Then the next question, Chairperson, has to do with the audiovisual and audiovisual content services white paper. That white paper is now in the process of being finalized for submission to Cabinet. I think I reported that it is out for public comments, and that will close by the end or by the middle of October, and the plan is to have it submitted to Cabinet before the end of the financial year. With respect to the bill, Chairperson, the SABC bill, the SABC bill was approved by Cabinet before for submission into Parliament. However, the State Law Advisor or the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor raised certain issues relating to possible constitutionality elements of the bill. And therefore, those had to be ironed out with the Chief State Law Advisor's office. Having done so now, we are ready to take it back to Cabinet, highlighting the amendments that have been done, and hopefully Cabinet will still approve it for submission to Parliament for processing still in this term of the administration and the term of the National Assembly. So that is that, Chairperson. Maybe on the cost to communicate, I hope my colleague is still here, Deputy DG Lindy Mashologu, to talk about the cost to communicate program as it was, or the target that was not achieved. DG Mashologu.
No, thanks, ADG, and good afternoon to the honorable members. Yes, in terms of cost to communicate, yes, the report was generated, but it was the implementation that couldn't really happen on that one. But that work is continuing this current financial year, and we are trying to close all the gaps and working with also the ICASA in terms of assisting us in terms of completing this work, Chair. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Chair, that will be our response. I hope we have covered the issues raised by you, Chairperson, and the honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG and your team. Honorable members, I think we have got the responses, of course, high level in terms of questions that have been asked. And we should really appreciate the presentations, because it is out of those that we are able to track performance and make necessary interventions from a point of oversight as the committee. Of course, honorable members, we note that the performance, some instances just over 70%, in some instances less or more. But what is important is the quality and the impact that we make on the ground. And I think from the department side of things, you would really consider the areas of non-achievement from that perspective, so that we understand the importance of the role you need to play in developing the digital economy. And if we struggle to have the master plan because we need to have a strategy that should have been developed first, the problem you have is that the time will also catch up with us. And this is a space where innovation and everything else, policy and legislation, seems to be tailing behind. And therefore the market leads in that score. And to try and regulate it later gets to be difficult. But those that get to suffer most are those that must be assisted by policy and legislation to get access in the space and be able to participate fully so. So I think we should give this attention in this regard. Of course, there are the entities that are doing well. By doing well, it doesn't mean we'll not do oversight on them. However, there are those that may need urgent attention of the committee. And in that score, as I said, honorable members, we may need then to look at our programming, even if it means sacrificing an evening just to deal with one or two to the satisfaction of the committee. And that would then refer to the post bank. And we hope at the time the political leadership will also be around, because there were also other matters in the post-bank forensic investigations that came out. Would want to see action, like other members would have said. Is there a consequence on these matters? So we may need to have them coming back. We may want to club them with the post office, because one of the things raised was a pending loan agreement with SAPO. But from a committee side of things, would have also said there should have also been an assessment of the investment made by SAPO over time in building a subsidiary called the Post Bank before it would have been taken out of SAPO. So that you also look at those costs, try and offset in a way, because the Post Bank would also use that same infrastructure going forward. So it will be important to have both, so that we know whether the business rescue plan would help us where the State Bank, as in a Post Bank, would then be relying on that the branches are able to operate, like Mr. Shalembe would have said, that there are negotiations with landlords to get some of those operational, whilst the members are reporting that in fact there is continued closure of a number of branches of SAPO, right? And I'm sure members would take interest in having you both back at the same time, like I said, maybe one day. And then we also take up an issue with the SABC. I think the SABC, they would be able to indicate to us, as we would be inviting them, those matters that are of commercially sensitive in nature, because so far things that I've listened to are also about competition and how you get others not to make the advances that they need to make, so as to keep your clients or growing your clients from competitors' point of view. So we may need to look at that, and I so agree that the funding model has always been an issue we have raised also as the committee on how we can go around it so that the SABC is sustainable. Agree that the point raised by Honorable Mlala, we've raised that during the symposium, that surely from all the members across the board, it is not in our interest that the SABC collapses, and everything else should therefore be done to ensure that it doesn't collapse, but it also participates in a way that gives us a credible election, where they reach different areas of the country in a way equitable in terms of access, as well as those that will be characters in the form of parties and independents have got a space to show in that score. So it can only be done by an SABC that is solid, able to reach out. And under the current circumstances, that doesn't look possible. And I think we need to come together and look at how that could be done, given all the constraints that may be there. So the SABC will be one of those. Indeed, we have to take out the SETA issue. I'm sure honorable members would agree that we're all excited about 100-day plan and how other things need to be done to get us to move forward. And Mr. GCIS was reporting on behalf of a reconfigured board, if I were to use his words there. Surely the committee will be taken into confidence even on those matters now from a committee point of view, understanding, of course, that the governance structures in those are not a subject of the committee process, like it will be the case with the ICASA or the SABC, but we take interest in good governance at that level, so that SETA doesn't go back somewhere else. Now I'm saying this, honorable members, with an understanding that your memory still serves you well, that at some point Mr. Case was the caretaker there. We're all very happy, and we raised it in in the oversight that we did, that it would appear that that transition, which we warned at the time, that it must be managed properly so that we don't go back, would have not been the case. I think we do need to know probably what went wrong, because we thought capacity was brought in at technical level and so on, and that would not get there. And now with a reinforcement of also technically sound group CEO there, things should be able to work better. And I think we complimented at the time when they presented with the board that it would appear that even the board itself were people with the technical know-how, and therefore the oversight gets to be easier, so that not everything is thrown to the CEO when the board equally has a governance responsibility in this regard. So CETA will be one of those. And as I said, with the SABC, we'll look at the same. Maybe the last point, honorable members, of course, I'm saying this in the absence of the political leadership, but it would be helpful that indeed the minister is able to speak to the minister on the other side, the one on competitions, issues that have been raised as to why probably these are not fast-tracked. I think at a portfolio level, it may also be important to make that communication with the portfolio committee on trade, industry and competition to see if there is no way that these matters could be looked at within reasonable time, so as to avoid all these things that have been raised. At least the verdict would help either way that it goes, that we can then build from that on how to sustain, in particular, the SABC. So that will be really, honourable members, the summary on the discussions we've had as we move to the presentation. I'm looking at the time that ICASA, we've had that reference to the regulations even in the symposium that we went to, and members have also read the presentation. That you really try to keep it within 10, 15 and allow members to comment at least by past. We allow members that are walking into the sitting to be able to walk or grab something on the way. But it was necessary that we had the discussion we had, even though it has taken the time. With that, thank you. For those that would want to stay, would stay on the platform as we get to deal with the ICASA. But if you have to go back and respond to some of the HE matters, try and clean up, please do. You'll be allowed to do so. Thank you. Is ICASA ready? Ajira, that's the item, isn't it?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes, so we can get them to present 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you, Honorable Chairperson, the honorable members, all the colleagues on the call. Chair will try and make it as short as possible because, as you have seen, the presentation is not long at all. Can I request that the Secretariat assist with projecting? But Chair, we are appearing for the second time on this issue. Just to allay fears, Chairperson, we are still on time in terms of our target to meet our planned target to publish the draft regulations by Q3. We are specifically targeting that by end of October, we will be publishing for public consultation. So, Chair, the presentation might not show a lot of movement, but there is a lot of work that is happening behind the scenes. We have done quite a number of consultations as part of this review process. Chair, I'm with the CEO and the acting CFO. So we will zoom in to the specific slides just so we can save time for the committee. CEO, if you can just try and zoom into the project status in terms of where we are. I wouldn't say you must do the recap and mandate. I think the members have gone through that already. Just to talk to the work that is happening behind the scenes and the consultations that we've had with the key stakeholders of ours. CEO.
Good afternoon, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you for the opportunity. Let me also thank my Chairperson, ICASA Chairperson. Honorable members, good afternoon to everyone on the call. Apologies, let me, okay, I'm okay now. Thank you so much. Chair, we have requested assistance with the depiction of the presentation. Zaytona, if you may assist, please. I was informed that you will be able to assist. We are going just to zoom in, Chair, on slide 9, because that's a slide that really depicts the movement from our last engagement to today. And apologies, while I wait for Zay, let me just introduce myself formally, Chair. I am Tiamo Malula Gadisimelo. I'm the CEO, Chair, just for the record. Thank you, Zay. I appreciate it. Let's go to slide number 9. Thank you greatly. Thank you. Chair, I'm on slide number 9. And on slide number 9, as I said, this is truly the depiction of what we went back to do from our last engagement, or at least the presentation that we made to the committee. What I want to highlight on this slide, Chair, is that internally, you would recall that we had promised that we are going to establish a committee from a council level that would be dealing with this issue, because it is an issue of paramount importance for us, Chair. We have done that. We have 2 councillors that are leading this committee, Chair. We also equally have been in a position to consult with the SABC and IEC. The 2 entities, Chair, have raised their concerns and comments that we are taking into account. I must also indicate, Chair, that the engagements are not done. Those are continuous in nature because of the nature of the elections that we're dealing with and the introduction of the independent candidates. Chair, we are updating the draft regulations. In fact, we have done that. We are now aiming to publish the draft regulations in October 2023. But in addition, we have developed an explanatory memorandum that also is now, in a position of being vetted legally, so that we make sure that all is in order, Chair. Provincial consultations are also ensuing, and they will start from October to November, Chairperson. And if we were to recall, and say, if you don't mind, take me back to slide number 8, just to show the committee what our project timelines are. Chair, based on what I've told you now, you would realize that we are now on track in line with October to December milestones, Chairperson. So I'm going to stop here, Chair. The Chair of ICASA has already said that there's a lot of work that's been done and we are on track, and really there is no panic that should be there at this stage. And I know that, this presentation is quite lean. It may not give you that assurance, but we want to assure you today that we are on track, Chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Here we are, honorable members. Like I said, the presentation comes also after we have gone through the symposium, and we know part of the work that's being done and limitations thereof. But let's get to check if there are members who want further clarity or comments. On my side, I don't see. Ajira, can I assist?
Nothing on my side, Chair.
Okay, I take it that the members are well covered, that we are on track. Of course, you will, as I say, take into account the matters that would have been raised, that your traditional broadcasters, especially as it relates to political adverts, it's easy to regulate. But the digital side of things, where problems get to be similar, to have space in that regard. And because we are well represented, ICASA there, I take it that those matters are also part of the consideration you are making as you move forward. With that having been said, and as I thank you, in case Acting Chair and your team want to go back and deal with that matter of non-achievement on policy research and analysis that you need to work on, consumer affairs. It's an area of interest to us that you should give confidence that you're working also on those. We would release you if you want to, as we'll be just dealing with minutes of the committee. Once again, thank you for honoring the appointment with the committee.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Ajira, if you can allow the minutes so that we complete the business of the committee. And now on the minutes of the 13th June.
Chair.
Honorable Bolani, what page?
What, page 6? I thought we were there already. Page 6?
Yes. Yes, on page 6.
I think the sentence just above point 7 that says the committee urges the department not to collapse SOEs. And the next sentence says the committee will hold the minister accountable in the future. I would love for it to show that we are already holding the minister accountable, and just to say continue to hold the minister accountable. And also on the same paragraph, the SABC bill was approved, has to provide necessary legislations to support the SABC. The next sentence that says the timing of the introduction of the bill is essential. I would like to add that in light of the 6th term administration coming to an end, because I think that what the sentence wants to expand on is the fact that we worry that the bill has not come before the portfolio committee and we might not necessarily have time to do justice to it. So if that could just come out, please. And that's my only contribution on these minutes, Chair. If consent. Oh, I beg your pardon, Chairperson. I missed something on page 5. If consent that there will be bad president well, I think on page 5, there should just be a deletion of the word the bullet which says with concern that there may be bad precedents of
always requesting bailouts by SAPO from the National Treasury, and with still the USO not being fulfilled in the future. And I don't know, it just reads, yeah, but it's nothing major, Chairperson. The minutes are really well written.
It's on the points that have been corrected, that they reflect indeed the discussions we've had.
Yes. Yeah, where the ICASA is, I think there just needs to be a grammatical correction, but the content is correct.
Well, yeah, you have that corrected. Can I then get a mover, seconder, with the corrections made?
I move, Chair.
Honorable Bolani moves. Can I get a seconder?
I second, Chair.
Honorable Tembo seconds. Any dissenting view in us adopting minutes? No. So the minutes are agreed to. I take it that takes us to the end. Ajura?
There's another set of minutes, Chairperson.
Okay, second set. The previous one.
I'm just trying to find it, sorry, Chair.
So these are the minutes as we the symposium. Okay. Any takers on the minutes?
Chair, I have my hand up.
Okay, I don't see it, Honorable Bolani, sorry. Okay,
Perhaps
you are recognized.
Perhaps as a matter arising from the minute, will Chair be able to give us an update on the upcoming public hearings, especially the one that is planned for this weekend, just so that at least we know where we stand in terms of our planning? And I'm happy with the minutes, Chair.
Thank you. I was going to deal with that as we end. So can we, for purposes of formality, have the mover and seconder for the minutes?
Chair, it's Honourable Mazzoni. I move the minutes are passed.
Honourable Mazzoni moves. Can I get a seconder?
Honorable Kupega, second, that's Chair.
Honourable Kubeka seconds. I take it that there's no objection in us adopting the minutes, and therefore minutes are agreed to. Yes, Honourable Bolana is going to speak to this matter as we close. That from what I know, we are proceeding to go to PAR, the Western Cape. Mr. Force has been in interactions with members individually in terms of the logistical arrangements. So I've not heard anything prohibiting that. So this includes the other areas would get communique in this regard. From the part of the chair, I am responding to the queries that the House Chair would have wanted clarities on. And if there's any matter, I would keep the committee in that score informed. I think the last point to make really is that now that we have had a discussion as members, and that we would want to bring some of the entities back for engagement with the committee. As I said earlier, I appeal for your flexibility that we can try and look at some of those, even if it is during the week after sitting and so on. Maybe take one or two, depending on what matters are before us, so that we can do justice. That by the end, when even as we adopt the reports, but we have got better understanding of those entities that we needed to zoom in on in that regard. So I do expect then that there will be such. The other would be in relation to the subcommittee work. I think we've got a bit of pressure on that. We have received a letter from Chair of Chairs, which is to the Speaker, to the committee on a message received from the Minister, in particular on the MDDA side, that we fast track the processes and the same with ICASA. So I expect that in your emails you may get that proposal on the program, and that we try and fast track everything that is before us, so that the report can get to the House and then be dependent on the programming from the side of the House, just to also avoid what would have happened when we're dealing with the SABC board matter. It doesn't happen at this point. So I thought those are important matters you need to know of, so that when you receive at least changes on the program, you understand it's also an issue of ensuring that we clear matters that are before the committee. Of course, the SABC bill, we all know, like I said, even the NGO sector in the symposium raised it as an important intervention that should have been fast-tracked. Once it gets introduced, we will have to also spring into action. I think Honorable Mazone, you will be free to look at this, because even the SABC one, it may come in that fashion as a Section 75. So you raised this and there was no response earlier. That the post-bank bill was also a Section 75, because it was an amendment to another Section 75 bill, which the Parliament approved before it came in, and there's never been contest about the tagging in that regard. But of course, it does help if you really put that question that legal can also clarify, should be able to take that matter up as the committee. But as we speak, the understanding is that that one is before, so the President to look at, because the House has processed the bill. So the post office, the SAPO bill is also on the same basis as a Section 75. But like we said, learning even from the post-bank bill is that the postal services are something that is key, especially to rural spaces, small towns, and so on. That over and above receiving submissions in writing, we try and reach out so that as we consider those that have met the deadline and so on, we also keep in mind what we also got raw from engagement directly with the people. We do so not because there's a legal obligation under Section 75 to do that, but we deem it important that Parliament must be seen to be creating space even for those that are marginalized in those areas to have a voice in what Parliament does. So that's so I'm just saying you can take that up, but from a committee side, it's something I could be able to get legal to just help all members at once on the bills that we're to deal with, so that whatever bill that comes before us, we can scrutinize it from that angle. Honorable members, with that, thanks for your commitment to the committee program. I know you are now pressurized to get to the city, like all of us, whether virtual or physical. And I can only say until we meet in the next meeting, this meeting stays adjourned until that. Thank you.